Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to this meeting of Falkirk Council. In the absence of both the Provost and the Deputy Provost, I'm briefly in the chair until we appoint a chair to take us through today's business. But I'm going to first ask Mr. Moody to just take us through the settlement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Executive. We have apologies, as you say, from Provost Bissett and Deputy Provost Balfour. Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah.
Councillor Aitken.
Yeah.
Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Here, thank you.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Brown. Apologies have been submitted by Bailey Buchanan. Councillor Bundy.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Here.
Councillor Deacon. Here. Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Yeah.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Bailey Kerr.
Yeah.
Councillor McCabe.
Yep.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
Unshot.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
Apologies have been received from Councillor Robertson, Councillor Sinclair.
Yeah.
And Councillor Spears.
Present.
And I've noted that Councillor Brown has joined the meeting. Thank you, Councillor.
Apologies, I couldn't get logged on there.
Thank you.
Mr. Moody, can we ask you to bring your microphone a bit closer? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. When I move to appoint a chair for the meeting, I'm just going to ask Mr. Moody to briefly explain the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Executive. And the standing orders do have provisions in relation to the absence of both the Provost and Deputy Provost. And in those circumstances, the meeting is able to appoint one of the other members to chair the meeting for the remainder of this meeting of Council. It's maybe also worth noting that there are also provisions in the standing orders to appoint bailies, and the bailies are specifically appointed to deputise for the Provost in civic matters. Now, the consequence of these two things is that the bailies may be a starting point for considering a substitute convener for the meeting, but the Council isn't bound to choose only from among the bailies. It can be from any member of the Council present today. In those circumstances, I think the proper course of action is simply to invite nominations from the floor. Councillor Meiklejohn.
Having one of our bailies present in the room, could I just nominate Bailey Kerr?
Thank you.
I would concur with that, so I would second that.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. I'll ask if there are any other nominations. Councillor Spears.
I would also nominate Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Murtagh.
I don't necessarily have a problem with Bailey Kerr chairing the meeting. I just wondered whether, given that this would have been clear at the Provost's meeting yesterday, in which the Provost and Deputy Provost were not present, whether all members were advised of this potential situation prior to this morning's proceedings.
There was no formal communication to all members advising of the situation.
Okay. I suppose my concern is that if information is known to some members and not other members, then it means that others have not had an opportunity to discuss that. And I make this point from an equality and human rights perspective as a champion, that it's important that all elected members have an opportunity equally to participate and to put themselves or to be considered and it would seem to me that it would be more difficult for a member in certain circumstances, if they were remote or otherwise, to be able to participate and to be considered in that circumstance. So I make that point, but I have no objection to Bailey Kerr, although I'm tempted to nominate Councillor Patterson just because I think she'd be an excellent chair.
Councillor Murtagh has said in relation to any future situation which arises. If I could just perhaps clarify the final point made by Councillor Murtagh. I wasn't sure if you had nominated Councillor Patterson or indicated that you would do so.
I think that since our group leader has nominated Bailey Kerr, it would be perhaps churlish to do so, but I think the point that I have made in terms of accessibility and equalities stands. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Thank you. Just to confirm, are there any further nominations? There being no further nominations, Bailey Kerr is duly appointed to convene today's meeting and invite him to take the chair.
Firstly, I'd like to thank the people who nominated, and I'm sure that Councillor Murtagh's views regarding the informing the rest of the elected members has been taken on board, and I'm sure in future that's something that will be considered. And I'd just like to say, if Bailey Buchanan was here and no sick, it would have been a great chair as well. We haven't been a provost in the past. Can I just say, welcome everybody to today's full council meeting and special council meeting at the Greensmith Community Education Centre. Firstly, we'll continue with the council meeting. The agenda was issued on the 15th of January 2025. Hard copies were made available to members at the Foundry on the 16th of January 2025, and supplementary agenda was issued on the 29th of January. A special meeting was requested and will be held at the conclusion of this meeting. The agenda for this meeting was issued on Thursday, the 16th of January 2025. A deputation request has been received in regards to agenda item 8, the strategic property review update from the Friends of Kinneil. A supplementary agenda was issued on the 29th of January. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. This is the third Council meeting under the new standing orders which were agreed in June. Consequently, I will allow some latitude to members but expect the new procedures to be observed. Today's meeting is a full agenda and hopefully that the business can be completed today if members are disciplined with their interventions. As chair of the meeting, I will look forward to ensure a fair debate on those items where there are amendments, but will ask members to stick to the allocated time. I also want to remind members of the need to behave in a respectful manner to each other and to officers. We can disagree, and no doubt we will disagree, but we can do this without questioning the good faith of our officers and other members. And I take this opportunity to remind members that all members should be heard without interruption. To support the members hearing both in the room and online, I'll ask members do not place their mobile phones near their microphones, and ask that only members who are speaking have their microphones on. Should members in the room wish to speak, I ask they indicate this to me, and this will be noted by officers in Democratic Services. If any member who is attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raised hand icon on screen. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate, but at that point it is their responsibility to ensure they attract my attention by cutting in verbally, otherwise they may miss the chance to speak. Members joining remotely, that they should ensure that their cameras are turned on during the proceedings. And before we start, can we just check that anybody's got their phone either on silent or switched off, and understand, having a conversation with Councillor McCabe, that he's got a vital, he might have to take a vital phone call, so having your phone on is acceptable, Councillor. The roll call has been taken earlier, so we'll proceed in item 2 of the agenda, declarations of interest. Any member should declare a financial or non-financial interest they have in any items of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Have we any declarations of interest? Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, convener, and wish you very good luck in the chair. I'll do my best to assist and behave. So I have 2 transparency statements at this time. The first of which I would like to highlight the entry on my register, online register, which includes my employment for Michelle Thompson, MSP. There are items on this agenda, as there probably are on every agenda, for which my employer will have expressed views publicly or work to advance a particular issue. Naturally, in this chamber, the views and the work of my employer have no bearing on my decision-making capacity, and I do not consider that this is a conflict of interest as a matter of principle. Identifying the relevant agenda item, I would just note that with respect to item 8 on the SPR, that I'm aware of my employer's very public raising of the issues around Keneal Museum, and that for full transparency, I have been present as a member of staff and in my capacity as a member of staff at meetings in relation to this, and having considered the objective test in relation to this item, I do not consider that there is any conflict of interest that would preclude me from being part of the decision, and therefore I intend to take a full part in that item and in others. Thank you, Convener. I do have another transparency statement, but I do note from others' registers that I am not the only person in that position in terms of employment, so I don't know if there are any others in that regard before I move on to my next transparency statement.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh.
If there aren't, shall I just continue, convener?
I've got other people's lights on. Councillor Murtagh, if you would,
I'll pause just now then, and I'll come back.
If you allow me to go to them first. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. Putting on the record also in my employment with a member of the Scottish Parliament, Stephen Kerr, to my knowledge, he has only put forward a motion, but that motion regarding Keneal Museum, but that motion again is independent to my thoughts, and I don't think it passes the objective test.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. Noted. Any other members? No. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Convener. I just thought it'd be useful to have those kind of grouped together. So my second transparency statement relates to all decisions on the agenda today. Sorry, there's a bit of an echo. I don't know if there's more than one microphone on in the hall. It relates to all decisions on the agenda today. So there are a number of matters on the agenda which have revenue consequences and will involve impacts to communities and residents with protected characteristics. Unfortunately, I don't have access to the information on potential service savings at this time, whilst other members and all other parties do. And these are being considered at budget. So my ability to judge potential cumulative impact of the decisions of this agenda, therefore, is not on an equal footing with others. However, whilst I consider this to be regrettable, illogical, undemocratic, and in need of urgent change, I do not consider that it need preclude me from decision making due to my general efforts to compensate for this and take every effort to inform myself. But I wanted to be clear about that as the Equality and Human Rights Champion from the beginning of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. Proceed to agenda item 3.
Bailey Kerr, before we do that, I just want to ask your indulgence for a few moments. I would just like to pay tribute to our staff who worked diligently to keep our citizens as safe as they possibly could during last week's storms, and many of our staff, particularly those out working in the front line, went above and beyond to be able to do that. And I just would like to the Council an opportunity to publicly thank staff for their efforts in keeping the area safe, and all the work since then in opening up the roads and doing the clear up as a result of the storm, which we did have a significant impact from.
Councillor Meikle-John, sentiments are probably shared by all members, elected members in the room. And I know it just didn't finish on Friday. It's been a constant battle for our staff all the way through, and especially up in Upper Braes Ward for the 3 elected members up in the Upper Braes Ward who have significantly been disadvantaged with the power being off, and they've worked tirelessly to try and help the residents up that area. So thank you for everybody that contributed. Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Billy Kerr. I just wanted to kind of reiterate my thanks to Mark Sweeney and his team and Kenny Gillespie for all the support they gave me over the weekend in providing resource in the Upper Braes. Without that, it would have been a lot more difficult. So I just wanted to kind of pass on my thanks and regards for that help. That was much appreciated to myself and to my constituents' communities up in the Upper Braes.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Spears.
I would also like to thank very much a lot of the staff, especially the people who were clearing our roads and chopping down trees that were blocking them. But my question is, are we going to have a wash-up meeting to see what went well, what didn't go so well? There was a lot of complaints about not being able to get through on the telephone, etc. This is something we discussed at the executive before the storm. So will there be a wash-up meeting so we can run through, so we're better prepared for if it happens again?
Thanks, Councillor Spears. I'll just go to Mr. Gillespie.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr, and thanks for the warm words of members to all the staff that were working. I can assure members that there is a lessons learned, that we'll do a debrief. There is already a questionnaire out with the incident management team involved and partners, and we will be making sure that we can get that to a wider circle as well. As all these events, there's things that we've done well, there's things we've done for the right reasons, and things that we'll pick up, and we'll certainly learn for that. But all in all, considering the red warning, the team's done exceptional, as highlighted by Chamber. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, Convener. I would like to echo the sentiments and say thank you very much to all the staff. I am aware of an enormous amount of work that went on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and that is still going on because the consequences of Friday's storm has not yet been totally dealt with. So I know that all our staff are working very hard. I have been very grateful for the assistance they've been able to give to my constituents. And I know that some people have not had as much help as they would like, but in the given circumstances, that is understandable. Staff have done a fantastic job. And I think the fact that there was relatively little in the way of casualties or fatalities, I think we can say a big thank you to all that were involved in putting out the warnings and dealing with the consequences of the storm. Well done.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, I dissociate myself with all the remarks already made, but also I know we all can see the obvious heroic efforts of our staff out on the ground, in the field, as it were. But I do want to particularly mention the efforts of those behind the scenes in dealing with inquiries, often in very challenging circumstances, and those who are supporting that effort, be that from the comms team or logistics. They also deserve our great thanks for their efforts over the weekend and their continuing efforts. And I'd just like to say as well, though, I think it's important to thank the public for their adherence to the warnings, and I think that was very much observed in the main, and had that not been the case, I think we certainly would have been looking at more fatalities and injuries in difficult situations. So I think, although our condolences go very much to those who have been affected and anybody that has experienced damage, it's proved that there is merit in these warnings, and I think our thanks to the public from the Chamber for their cooperation and patience. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. And can I just say that having 3 phones for different works, I nearly had a heart attack when they all went off at the same time. But it put the severe attention to what was coming. So it worked. So thanks very much. So we'll proceed with the proceedings and rolling action log on pages 3 and 4. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Convener. And just to confirm, as usual, that the rolling action log is there for information and noting. It provides the information on those occasions where Council has called for a further report and gives an update on the status of where those reports are. It is also available, though, for members to ask questions in relation to the items on the rolling action log.
Thanks, Mr. Moody. Any questions on the rolling action log? Councillor Hannah.
Just a very simple one. On 704, the issue of religious representatives, it says it's in progress. Do we have any idea when that's likely to come back to Council?
Yes, the expecting reporting date is the June Council meeting.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Moody. Thanks. Is that everybody? Thank you. Going to the agenda item 4, local government settlement. We'll take the report as read since there is no amendments, and I'll open up for questions for officers. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. Just a couple of questions for clarification. I was just wondering if officers could provide any update, if they have any update in response to the national insurance. Similarly, if we've had any further update in relation to the teacher numbers and the mitigations, to whether or not they're going to be accepted or not. I think that would be helpful as we head into our budget time.
Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you. if I pick up national insurance and then I'll pass to the Chief Executive in terms of the teacher numbers. So in terms of national insurance, we were hoping that we would get some clarity about the national insurance funding that we can expect in the next week or two. But at this stage, the best estimate we have based on the numbers that are sort of in the public domain is that we may get funding of around about 50% of our direct costs. So we are working out what that means for the council. It probably means additional costs of around about 2.8 million for our direct employee costs, but we are still working out what the impact might be on our commission services, because we would expect our providers to be looking for an increase to help cover their increase in national insurance, and that is probably more likely to hit the social care sector. So we are still sort of working it through, still looking at the information that's come out, and I know COSLA are trying to collate some information from us all to discuss with Scottish Government. So it's still a work in progress, but we do anticipate quite a significant impact on our budget.
Thanks, Mrs. Templeman. I'll go to Chief Executive, then Mr. Reid, then I'll go to elected members.
Thank you, Convener. In a very brief answer, we have no further clarity or confirmation on the mitigations that may apply in terms of teacher numbers, so there's no specific progress we can report in relation to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lorry. Mr. Reid?
That's exactly what I was going to clarify. We submitted our detailed mitigations and we're still waiting feedback for that.
Thanks to both of you. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. In the news recently, we have heard that the Scottish Liberal Democrats and the Scottish Greens are going to be supporting the Scottish Government budget, as well as Labour abstaining. So the budget is going to pass. Do we know if any outcome of that negotiation was further funding for local governments?
Thank you. I think the short answer is no. I don't think there's significant additional funding that we would expect through that agreement. There has been some discussion around some pilot areas to expand free school meals, for example, but we don't have the detail of that yet. And the other area that I think there was reference to in the letter from the Cabinet Secretary was that went to the government was around national insurance pressures for social care. But again, we don't have anything definitive around that. So at this point in time, I'm not anticipating any significant change, but we may get more information over the next week or two.
Thank you very much. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Noting that local government and COSLA have very little influence on our national government here in Scotland, has there been any implications made that we might get a last-minute reprieve and an increase in our council budget?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. Given that the Scottish Government uplift from the UK Government in October last year was announced at 5 billion. And as I understand it, earlier on, there was some expectation that Falkirk Council's share of the uplift for local authorities would have been greater. I wonder if you could say a little more about why it is that the uplift here is only 5.7 million. It does seem rather low.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. So one of the things I would just say is that until we get our final allocation letter, we won't have a definitive figure, and we would hope to have that in February. We'd expect to get that in February, but there will still be some uncertainty around that. Those issues around national insurance and teacher numbers are unlikely to be settled or may not be settled. So I just want to sort of clarify that these figures are still draft and we're still working our way through them. What I would say is that the council's share of JE has been sort of steadily falling over the years, and we've seen that happen again for 25-26. So that means when the allocation of the grant is looking at all the different factors in terms of our population, our demographics, our areas of multiple deprivation, all these kind of areas, we are getting a slightly smaller share year on year because of those factors. And the other thing is that, we've talked before about the floor mechanism to try and stop any council having a significant shock in their grant settlement. For Falkirk, we have to pay into the floor every year, and this year we're having to pay a bit more into the floor. So those two factors combined are mainly why our share of that 289 million is less than we had anticipated.
Thank you, convener.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, convener. And I submitted a number of questions to Amanda in advance, which I thank her for her answers to, and some of them have already been answered, so I don't have to ask them. But just on the point of, I note that the Deputy First Minister yesterday had confirmed that, so the current position is that the public sector will have to absorb the costs of the national insurance rise, that they don't expect there to be a full coverage from compensation package from the UK government to cover the public sector share, and they had put figures to that of direct costs of at least £300 million. So do we have enough information from sort of recent figures, and if that is the settled position, to help us update what our budget gap is?
Thank you. Well, I think we're still working through what the budget gap is going to look like, and trying to kind of get a settled position based on all the areas of uncertainty. As I say, I think at this point we're saying that our direct impact we expect to be around 2.8 million of additional costs for employers' national insurance. What we still need to work through in terms of looking at our gap is the impact on, for example, the integration and joint board, and then how that's going to impact on our position. So we are looking at all of that, and there's been meetings this week where there's been some discussion around that. So yeah, I think in terms of our budget gap, unfortunately, it's going the wrong way. It's getting higher instead of lower, which is frustrating and unfortunate, but we will have to look at what kind of contingency we feel might be required in terms of dealing with, like, for example, the providers' increases in national insurance, because we won't necessarily know that before the budget's set. We'll have to make an estimate of what we think the impact might be. And that's the kind of thing that COSLA are trying to work with all the local authorities quite urgently to try and collate that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. To go back to the teacher number issue, so from what was said there, and at the moment we don't really have an updated position from of an understanding. What I would ask is whether the default working position is, as government states, that government has said we require to go back to 2023 teacher numbers, and given that there is no certainty on that and any penalties and sliding scale, is that the default working position that in the end we have to put into the gap?
Again, I think it's really hard in terms of a default working position. We are still trying to work out what all of this means, and I think we had some correspondence on that last night. So have we come to a final position? Probably not. We haven't, but the kind of issues that we are still trying to work through and understand, and John may want to say some more about it, is things around, for example, we don't know what how the penalties will work. So, for example, we don't know if we miss by one teacher, will we get the cost of one teacher? And if we get our funding reduced by the cost of one teacher, is that the cost of a full teacher, or is that only the proportion of the funding against the total cost of teachers? These are the things that COSLA are trying to clarify with the Scottish Government so that we can calculate and try and understand in terms of our planning assumptions, how it would work. And then I think the other factor that's at play is around things like class contact time. You'll remember the letter talked about a meaningful step towards reducing class contact time. But in terms of what that actually looks like and what impact that might have, at this point, we don't know for 25-26. So I think every year we say the budget is based on our best estimates of the position. It's our best estimates of inflation, of interest rates. You know, we very rarely set a budget knowing what the pay award is going to be, which is a huge factor for us, and we make an estimate of that. This is going to be another one of those areas where in the next sort of papers go out on the 18th, I think, of February. So in the next couple of weeks, we will have to draw a line and take a best position based on whatever additional information we can get. So at this point, I think it's quite difficult to say, here's our position, because we're looking at all those different scenarios. But as I say, John may want to say more.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. The average figure for the last few years, bar COVID years, is around the 1650 mark. And the erroneous figure in 2023 of 1683 is why we have submitted the mitigations that we're awaiting clarification on. Just so that everyone is quite clear, we do not need 1,683 teachers next year for our schools, nor would we be able to recruit to that figure easily if that is a target that we are eventually told we've got to make. So in terms of workforce planning, in terms of what schools are working through, and in terms of developing the curriculum, the figure we're working to is around that 1650 figure, and we will adjust it accordingly depending on further information that's coming.
I'm really grateful for that answer and that information, and I assure officers to have my full support in making those arguments. I wasn't going to ask the question directly because I thought I might not be allowed to on a financial report, but it is really helpful to know it. My question would be, though, that and I've asked in terms of our position as a council in getting to that budget gap, because as Amanda's just explained, there obviously has to be some cut-off point that when we're advised on the budget, and I think I'm right in saying you don't really know exactly when that will be, but obviously at the point of the budget we will have to make some judgment. But in terms of the teacher number decision, there's a teacher number agreement that was made between COSLA and local government, well, COSLA and government, and it was announced on the 10th of December. Is there any update I mean, Chief Executive said we previously weren't bound by that. Is there any update on when those matters will be considered by COSLA in terms of formalising an agreement?
Mr. Reid.
I'm not aware of that. The Chief Executive may want to add some further detail to that if he has any further information. I mean, what I would say is we have submitted, and what was clear in that agreement was about mitigations that would be accepted. So we have submitted very detailed mitigations on the reason for the increase in 2023, and that's what we're waiting feedback on. It is further complicated with the reduction in class contact time plans that are being discussed, and the impact of that we're unclear of as well. So we just are awaiting further confirmation, and be assured that we are following it up with Scottish Government officials as well to press them for confirmation on that.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if the Chief Executive was able to come in. Maybe I should frame my question more clearly then.
Thank you. I don't think there's much I can add to that. I mean, John has spoken about the interplay between class contact time and the mitigations. I think our position is, unless we have a really clear position on the mitigations, it's very difficult for judgments to be made about the impact of the class contact time. I'm not confident that matters will be any clearer by the time we get to our budget decisions, which is just one of the many complexities we seem to be facing this year as Amanda has reflected, but I'm not sure there's much I can add to that, really, Convener. Thank you.
Thanks to Chief Executive for the answer. I suppose, obviously, I have shared some of the correspondence that I've had with the Cabinet Secretary. I'm sure everybody makes their constant inquiries to back and forward to the Cabinet Secretary in this chamber. But in that, this expectation of government very clearly stated that they felt that local authorities should be held to that agreement. And it's a matter of public record that there hasn't been a meeting of COSLA leaders since that time, and that it will be a meeting of COSLA leaders under normal circumstances tomorrow. So I'm presuming that this matter will be discussed at COSLA leaders. So could the Chief Executive confirm what the advice would be in terms of what our council should agree to if there is a move to say we should agree to accept the Scottish Government terms? What is the advice that we should be, whether we should be agreeing to those terms or not?
Thank you. So there is an item on the COSLA Leaders' agenda tomorrow. It's an item that's been held in private. It is about the class contact times, but the position of the Council is no different from what it has been previously, unless or until we have a very clear view as to where we are in relation to mitigations. It's very difficult to see how, even on a practical basis, the matter of class contact time can be given serious further consideration.
Okay, a couple of final questions, I suppose, to Amanda. Given the uncertainty, and you said that the budget gap is effectively going in the wrong direction and widening, and we don't know when we'll be in a position to finalise that, would your advice to members in terms of the point of this report to advise on the revenue budget and the capital budget, would your advice to members be that we take decisions which add to that budget gap and increase the burden on our revenue budget, or to avoid it?
So, sorry, is there, I'm sorry, I'm maybe not quite understanding the question.
Sorry, I can rephrase if you want.
Sorry, yeah, that'd be helpful, thanks.
So I think what you've said is that obviously the budget gap, you won't know the final statement, but we're in a worse position, and we're continuing to perhaps be in a worse position even from when we wrote this report. So in terms of the decisions that we are considering in the run-up to budget, would your advice be that we additionally widen that gap with unplanned spending commitments, or that we take every care not to do so if it can be avoided?
Sorry, I think what's throwing me a little bit is with the point about decisions leading up to the budget. And obviously I'm sort of looking at the agenda today and I'm not seeing anything that would particularly impact negatively on the budget gap. And obviously the papers today are really focused on housing, which is very separate. Obviously, I think the advice is that we need to reduce the budget gap as much as we possibly can in terms of that kind of recurring budget gap and that structural deficit. I suppose what I would say is that, we have a very collaborative approach to reports that come forward to members. So any reports that come forward, I will have been through, I will have discussed it with directors, we will have discussed it at CMT, we will have considered the position. And so what comes forward is generally a report with a consensus view of the senior management team.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that answers your question.
No, I suppose it probably does. But I would say that there are things on this agenda which could have revenue consequences, depending on the will of members. I think my final point is that obviously we've heard in relation to our consideration of the budget gap, what's coming up at budget time, that we don't have certainty on what the gap will be and it's going in the wrong direction. And that will mean that we will have to potentially consider a range of service savings and obviously all the things in our financial strategy in terms of council tax, etc. are officers confident that we have identified enough savings for every eventuality, as in if we have to cover all of the national insurance shortfall and go to 2023 teacher numbers, or make some sort of decision on that basis? Because at the moment there is no list of potential service savings for members to see, and therefore it's difficult to know what the position is.
Thanks. Am I confident that we've got enough savings? No, I'm not. We've talked before about the scale of the gap has sort of fluctuated between sort of 56, 58, 60 million over the 5-year period. We don't have £60 million of savings identified, and we know certainly through the Learning Week, for example, that took £11 million of savings out of our identified savings list. So am I confident that we have enough savings? No, I'm not confident that that's the case. We are continuing to work as much as we can to try and find alternative savings, to find proposals to bring forward to members, to look at efficiencies, to look at transformation, to look at opportunities from fees and charges, all of these things. But the reality is that for us to be able to balance the position, there's going to have to be the council is going to have to be significantly smaller, I think, and we've talked about that before. We've talked about that through the TOM principles that were agreed as part of the financial strategy in 2023. But also we are going to have to see significant increases in council tax, and and other fees and charges, and it's going to have to be a mixture of those things that will bring the council into a financial balance. Thanks.
Okay. Do we have any update on when members will be presented? I know that some members have seen potential service savings and others have not. But do we have an update when all members will have that information in order to inform our decision making for everything else that we have to decide between now and then?
Thank you. So I have been pulling together a pack of information to send out to members, and I am hoping to send that out by the end of this week. So certainly by tomorrow, and that will give some indication to members of what is being looked at. Some of it will already be familiar to members through some of the discussions in the financial strategy, but yeah, so that's the timescale as by the end of tomorrow. Thanks.
Okay, I will have questions offline in relation to equalities aspects of that process, because obviously we don't have these identified and we don't know what they are. There is no way at this stage to properly ensure that all of that has been through an equalities process in enough time for these things to come towards budget, but I will pick that up offline.
Is that a question? All the questions over?
Yes, thank you, Convener, for checking with me.
Thank you. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Convener. Amanda, I've just got the one question for you. You mentioned the possibility of additional funding to cover the likes of school meals and the social care, I think. If that additional funding was forthcoming, is that likely to be ring-fenced?
Well, in terms of the school meals particularly, my understanding was that the agreement was about a pilot area of some 8 councils, so I don't know if we are one of them or not. I would suspect if there was something happening in that area, it would be ring-fenced. And similarly, I think that the reference to national insurance and social care was fairly vague. But I would imagine that if funding was identified for that, again, it would be ring-fenced, and probably there would be a requirement to pass a certain element of it over to the Health and Social Care Partnership.
Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Any more questions? Can I go to
move the report?
Report. It's got motion down here, but the report, aye.
Okay, thank you, Bailey Kerr. I appreciate that that this year has been even more challenging than last year, and we keep saying that. But it's a way of the world right now. And I would say while the additional funding this year is a step in the right direction towards tackling some of our financial challenges and acknowledging that the UK has given an increased in funding to Scottish Government, there continue to be significant pressures, particularly around pay, inflation, and what was unexpected was the changes to employers' national insurance contributions, which remain fully unmet. The 289 million committed revenue, uncommitted revenue simply, however, doesn't really cover all of that, meaning that there will be more cuts in services that will be required to balance the budgets. What has been given by additional uncommitted funding has been significantly impacted on having to mitigate some of these additional costs that are not directly related to service delivery. And while we know that the direct costs of the national insurance will be partially met to councils, it's the indirect costs that we're going to be very, very difficult to be able to quantify and will have an ongoing impact. And that is something that's really difficult to plan for. As I said, each year there appears to be an increasing number of variables that compound the development of our budget, and that's why we need to rely on the professional officers' skills and knowledge to guide us. And Amanda and her team, along with the senior management team, are doing their best to do that, and will help us to get to the point where we can deliver a balanced budget for 25-26, while looking at that longer term trajectory of our financial strategy. Flexibility also given in council tax is welcome, particularly for Falkirk, which will give us an opportunity to use that to help to reach that financial sustainability and work towards bringing us into line with the majority of other councils. However, council tax flexibility alone will not negate the continued pressures on the council's finances due to the increase in service demands, and therefore will not negate the need to find savings, and that will result in difficult decisions. Undoubtedly, we have been fortunate in having the level of service concessions that we have, and the use of one-off to support the council in getting to a financially sustainable position is appropriate, but it's not prudent to continue to rely on them, as a deficit will just continue to roll over and push the council to that closer to that cliff edge. We have a financial strategy which sets out a direction of travel and how service concessions can be used to the best effect, and the delivery of seeking to reduce reliance on those one-off funds is going to be critical. There are pressures in capital, and we get less for our spend right now due to increased costs and of inflation and indeed borrowing costs. The council, however, does have a need to invest. High interest rates impacting on borrowing makes it essential that we are able to make best use of delivering on our strategic priorities, which includes in how we use our service concessions to the best effect for our communities. It will be important that as a council we continue to transform at pace to ensure that we reach that financial sustainability and that we're able to take our communities with us so that we're delivering what's most important to them. Over the next few weeks, we will collectively have a responsibility not just to set a balanced budget for the coming year, but to set direction of travel for coming years aligned with our financial strategy to ensure that we no longer have the threat of that cliff edge and are much more financially stable, and that will allow us to be able to look to develop services for the future. Challenge is significant going forward, and it's unlikely to be resolved in this 1 year. I think there's going to continue over the next couple of years. However, the earlier that we can take the difficult decisions, the quicker we can get to that financially stable position, and indeed have the ability to then look to develop other services that will be far more important than hanging on to some of the legacies of the past that we have. And I would encourage all members to be involved in that, and this year's the year to be bold around our decision making. So I move the report as in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meeker-John. You got a seconder?
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. I did almost call you Provost there, but I'll try and refrain from that. And I do wish the Provost and the Deputy Provost and other members a speedy recovery. Happy to second the report.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah?
I have no amendments to this. And I mean, I think we're all well aware of the serious financial situation, and just my thanks to Amanda and the teams for their very diligent work in this area. And we will no doubt return to these issues frequently over the next few weeks.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Bundy?
No comment.
Councillor Spears?
I think everybody's aware of the dire situation that we're all in. We look forward to better days, but I'm sure everybody in here is lobbying very hard for these better days. So we accept we have no opportunity to do otherwise than what's coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Councillor Murtagh?
Yeah, I have an amendment. The report's for noting, but I would like again to thank officers for their work and note how challenging it is to have. Sorry, it's another echo. It is very challenging to do this work with so many uncertainties and not have the information which you need in order to be provided to members. And I think that being in that position myself, it's important that we have as much clarity as soon as possible so that we can all get on with the important jobs that we all have to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. Any other independent councillors to add? No. Can we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. We move on to agenda item 5, the Housing Revenue Account and Council House Rents, which is on page 19 to 44. We'll take the report as read and state at the outset there's not been any amendments submitted, so there will be no debate. However, I'll open it up to questions to officers. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Bailey. I suppose it's to Paul. How do we ensure that low-income households who are not already in receipt of housing support are safeguarded?
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. So as the report outlines, there's 55% of our households already fully protected from an increase. So we're talking about that, the remaining 45%. What Falkirk Council has shown in the last couple of years is a strong infrastructure in terms of that support. So we are, I believe, the highest rate of Scottish child payment take-up in Scotland. We've seen the largest growth in council construction in Scotland in the last 2 years. So what we'll do between the housing officers who have one-to-one contact, the advice hubs, the welfare benefits teams, and importantly through our online benefit calculator, we will promote those services through the rent increase letter and the rent bills this year. And I believe we will be able to safeguard those people who are in that position whereby they're low income and not currently accessing that support to which they're entitled to.
Thanks, Mr. Ferguson. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. So obviously a fairly significant rise this year at 9.5%. How will that affect us? I think we're currently the 5th lowest rent in Scotland. Do you see us rising up that league table?
Yeah, so the figures that's in the report is we were 5th lowest in 23-24. The estimate is we're 3rd lowest in 24-25. So the estimate we've based on other councils increasing by 5% is that we will go to around about 5th or 6th lowest. So roughly where we were 2 years ago is the estimate based on that. But we can't yet. I think we've won the first to set our rent charges this year, so it's hard to guarantee that. If others increase by a similar percentage, we could stay 3rd lowest.
Thanks. That's good to know. We're a bit at the bottom. Saying as well how we've got the 4th highest repair costs per house. You know, why is it more expensive for us to maintain more houses than other councils? You know, is it more for contractors? Have we got an ageing housing stock, or are we just spending more and the houses are better standard?
Mr. Gillespie.
Bailey Kerr. It's actually, it helps us with the quality of stock, so it's what we're doing is being very proactive with the stock, and that then reflects on the second report that you'll see, Councillor Redmond, in regards to early intervention, and that's reflected in previous reports, the high customer satisfaction that we've been fed back, and again feeds into these reports. So it's not as if it's because we've got costs that are higher than any other local authority. It's just that we are proactive in how we're doing things with repairs and our tenants.
Right. Okay. So investing more, and then sort of on the other side of that, just under that, we've got the 4th lowest tenancy management costs. So do we need to maybe spend more in there, or are we quite confident that we're able to run a good service with being the 4th lowest expenditure there?
Yeah, I think the customer satisfaction results we've had recently demonstrate that actually our tenants are satisfied with that aspect of our service. And I think being the 4th lowest cost is not a bad thing. It offers value for money. So I think that, yes, we are comfortable that is a good place to be, assuming that tenant satisfaction is maintained.
Yep, thank you. 7.1 of the report on page 23, it was talking about third-party payments in relation to homelessness have been reviewed, and a net reduction of £685,000 as anticipated. What would the impact of this be, and is this wise during a housing crisis?
For this change, there is no impact on homelessness. This is about the cost to the HRA, the Housing Revenue Account, being reduced to reflect the homeless provision we have. So till date, there's been a slight subsidy from the HRA because they will be recharged for those. There's 400 houses used by the Homeless Service to accommodate people in temporary accommodation, and the way that's been charged. So this is a reflection, a correction of how that's been accounted for. So there's no deterioration in the service on homelessness whatsoever.
Right. I'll maybe take questions offline about that, what that money was spent and what the benefits were.
Councillor Redmond, if just allow Mrs Temple to come in, she might answer part of that question.
Sorry, I suppose it was really just to clarify that homelessness isn't a function of the Housing Revenue Account, it's a function of the General Fund. And so this is about clarifying those accounting arrangements and budget arrangements. HRA has been making a contribution towards homelessness in certain areas, and this is about saying, well, that should really be sitting in the General Fund. So it's more a sort of housekeeping of the accounting arrangements and the budget arrangements rather than any change in the service provision.
So just to clarify that, is that charge now getting paid for by the General Fund going forward?
Yeah, so we had flagged up in previous reports that we were anticipating an increase in costs in the General Fund for the homelessness pressures, and so you will see that when we send out the updated gap statement, you will see that we've put a provision in the General Fund for increased costs relating to homelessness. So,
yeah. And then my final sort of question is, we've got the 9.5% rise, which is significant, and I feel like most of our housing is, really good stock, it's good standard. However, there is some areas of housing where I think, there may be a bit below where we would like them to be. How do we justify the 9.5% rise to those people who are maybe sitting with older windows, rough cast falling off? Some tenants in my area have been told not to open windows and things. So what assurances can we get that this 9.5% rise is going to benefit them?
Yeah, so you're quite correct. With any cyclical programmes, there are people who are at the starting end of that position. So there will be people who have got older windows, older doors, and older kitchens, bathrooms, etc. But the nature of this rise is it's universal. So what this does allows us to maintain that capital programme. It means that those cyclical programmes are maintained, that we do recycle, and so the roof and rough casting, the windows, doors are all replaced within a reasonable timescale. But yes, there will be people who will have to wait a couple of years to get that to standard, but that's with any large landlord, that's how it happens, unfortunately. So if you're in that tenancy for 40 years, you'll see that whole life cycle. But this increase and the increase proposed for years 2 and 3 will allow us to guarantee we can meet that standard for those households going forward.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Redmond. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. I'm clearly 9.5% increase in rent is quite significant. It's a significant figure, and it's not one that any of us really want to be agreeing to, but as you'll know, we are all going to be agreeing to it. But first and foremost, I've got a couple of questions. One is to pick up on Councillor Bowsey's point about ensuring that the people on lowest incomes are supported. Do we have any plans to put in additional proactive support to try and encourage, because we all know the problems that there are in terms of take-up of benefits. Is there anything that we're going to be doing proactively to ensure that those who need help are getting it?
Yes, so obviously, as I said already, we do notify every tenant twice during February and March about the support that's available to them to access that. What we also have introduced this year is a thing called Account Analytics, a product from our software supplier that allows us to identify those who have previously been competent rent payers and fall behind. We can offer that early intervention through personal contact with the housing officer. So I suppose it's that raising awareness, sustaining that awareness raising, and having that early intervention. I believe it will be successful, but obviously the proof will be in the pudding. But I think that certainly we've got that infrastructure in place, not only through the council, but through a third party, through the CAB and other places that people can access that support when required. So I'm comfortable to do that, but we will review it during the year and feedback to members if there's any other actions we wish to take in that regard.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Just one other question, Convener. Again, as I say, this is a significant increase, and I think all of us as councillors are regularly contacted by constituents who are concerned about how long it takes to get repairs done, and the response that there is to the repairs issue. The general position is, why do we have to pay more and get less? So I wonder if you could say a bit more about the repairs situation and how we're tackling that.
Mr. Gillespie.
Bailey Kerr, thank you. I appreciate what we're saying about paying more and getting less. As Paul has outlined, we have things in place to make sure that we are making sure that we are getting value for money as best we can. Repairs, we are targeting the repairs that are required to make sure that our properties are to the high standard, as mentioned earlier on by Councillor Redmond. There is difficult decisions to be made, and that's why, as Paul has said, the 9.5% does cover all the maintenance repairs that we need to make sure that our stock doesn't fall behind, where it would cost us more in future if these repairs then escalated to greater renewal costs. The rise makes sure that we stay ahead of the game, make sure that we've got the right capital projects in place, and you'll see that in the next report, to make sure that we give the best opportunity to help our most vulnerable within our tenants in regards to the windows, the doors, or the repairs that's there. We still carry out our repairs in less than our advertised time within the website as well, our non-emergency repairs. We carry out over 50% emergency repairs. We are working very hard to look at reducing that, but 50% of emergency repairs, as far as I'm concerned, is a very good service. When we get there, appreciate we need to make sure we target that. So there's a lot being done, Councillor, to make sure that we can attract that money in the right place. We do something in the region over 60,000 non-routine repairs, which is a lot of repairs. And as always, we're not going to get everything right, but the teams do try their best to get it right and get it right first time, with over 90% satisfaction in that area.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Nimmo.
I'll leave it on.
Is this one working better? Yeah. Kenny, I don't know if this is a question for you or for Paul, so you can decide. We're obviously talking about putting rents up by 25.5%, albeit over the next 3 years. What's the anticipated impact on our rent arrears if we're going ahead with this huge figure?
I mean, the position we're taking and experience elsewhere in Scotland is that it should have no direct impact on rent arrears. That's not necessarily a factor. So that increased take-up, it will encourage people to come forward and get that support they're already entitled to get, which is great, and that's something we welcome. But within that wider cohort, we've done the SHN, Scottish Housing Network Affordability Tool. We've checked that for all 3 years against that tool, and even at current income levels as today, that would fulfil that test. So it is deemed as affordable for the demographics of this area. So we're satisfied that it shouldn't have any direct impact on rent arrears.
Okay, thanks for that, Paul. Thanks, Convener.
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. I should have said at the start, if there's hard questions, it's Paul. If there's easy questions, Councillor, Mr. Gillespie would take
Thank you, Bailey Kerr, for that.
Councillor Spears.
A couple of questions first, and then an observation, maybe an observation of life at present. How many, what percentage will this affect in the district? Because a lot of people don't pay rent and get different benefits and stuff like this. So if we can drill down to the actual amount of people who this is going to affect, if you could answer the question first.
Yeah, so the report outlines there's just over 9,000 people are protected out of 6,500. So that means by default it's just under 7,500 people. Sorry, just under 7,500 people are affected by this increase at present.
So the observation is, here we go, hitting the same people again. The lower income, it's young people with families, usually people who couldn't afford the big deposit to buy a house, struggling to run a car and heat their house at the moment. So it's the same people that's actually paying the increases on everything. The national government, that was brought up yesterday, that they're going to attack welfare cuts and benefit cuts as well. So do you reckon this will bring a lot more people into the non-payment of rent? And will this affect the amount that we can gather, or will the national government, the Scottish government, be paying this?
Yes, so it's just a couple of points to clarify. So that figure means the 55% who are protected for the increase, they don't all get full rent paid. So some get the full rent subsidised, some get partial rent subsidised, but any increase is protected. So that's the first point. We did a broad estimate that there will be a small number of people who will automatically qualify for that support because of this increase, but that is really modest, maybe 100 or 200 at most. So the short answer is that no, there won't be a lot of more money coming from the Westminster or Holyrood governments to cover this cost. It will be largely borne by those households. We'll protect those who are eligible, but unfortunately most of that 7,500 will have to pay the full increase.
Can I go to 7.1? 3 third-party payments, the net reduction, and I know the other councillor mentioned this, but if you go down to 5, a realignment of homeless rental income, can you fully explain that?
So I think I'll try my best to fully explain it. So at present, we have 400 houses which we use for homeless accommodation, and the way that it's currently captured is those are sit within the housing revenue account, and the income and expenditure associated with them sitting with the housing revenue account. What we're saying is that sort of net additional cost should not be covered by the housing revenue account, should be covered by the general fund. So it's a realignment or correction of that position.
Well, to conclude on my comments, here we are, bigger payments for the small majority that are actually paying, and we have a high percentage of homeless people, and we're going to a realignment for the homeless rental income. It's really dire, sad days.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not so sure if it's a question or not. It's something Falkirk Council should be very proud about, and it's obviously some of the tenants and owners in the high-rise flats that are provided hot water and heating by the combined heat and power system, and it's actually the amounts that they're charged compared to what other people in the community are charged with their energy costs. So that is something I think is an excellent initiative. And also, I do want to mention and thank our housing services that they kept the increase to just over 2%. And I'm sure a lot of my elderly constituents will be really happy at that, you know, that price increase is a lot less than what has been charged by our energy companies out there. And as we know, there's a lot of fuel poverty, so there's a high amount of vulnerable people, elderly people that have very low energy costs. However, I suppose my question is maybe to ask housing, because I know some of the high rises don't have this system. Is there any way that it can be expanded and given to some of the other high-rise that doesn't have this system, because I really think it's important that, you know, we support our most vulnerable and the elderly people in society. We live in a cold climate, so it's really, really important. That's my question. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Billy. Mr Gillespie.
Thanks, Bailey Kerr. Obviously, that's an easy question for me. As the councillor said, there's actually something in the next report that highlights where we're going to extend that within the high-rise properties.
Thank you, Mr Gillespie.
Thank you.
Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, convener. And I just want to say my questions are relating to the EPIA and the report, and I just want to begin by saying that it's really refreshing to see that EPIA done in the way that, you know, even from the sign-off point of view, being dated back at early December, that the development of these proposals has been through that full consultation process, and there's mitigation identified and indeed positive impacts which may be identified for some in terms of what the investment can provide. So I'm really grateful to officers and the work they've done to make progress in these areas. And my question is it's maybe not for the team themselves, but maybe for Mr Moody or Mr Laurie, in terms of, however, our ability to assess cumulative impact on those living in poverty and with protected characteristics. This has been identified with other members is a hugely impactful increase. It's a significant increase, and we know that we may need to make other very significant charge increases. So how will we reflect any decisions which are made today in a kind of, you know, in the way that we can look at what is the cumulative impact on these groups rather than each of these decisions standing alone, so that we understand the overall context of our decision making?
Mr Laurie.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr, and thank you, Councillor Murtagh. I mean, I think when we are considering the equalities implications, we do need to take that broader view. I mean, it's quite a challenging thing to do, because as a council, we take decisions on an ongoing basis at our meetings over a long extended period, and clearly every decision can then have some potential knock-on to future decisions. So I do think we need to have that understanding of the broader position when we're doing that equalities work, but I wouldn't underestimate the complexity of doing that and some of the limitations of completely covering every aspect.
Thanks, Chief Executive. I'm grateful for that answer, and I would just note that the discussions which I've had with the equalities team have also been constructive and hopefully will be productive on these issues. However, the point that you're making there, Chief Executive, is that we make these decisions throughout the course of the year, and it would be very difficult. I don't underestimate that, but would you accept that when we are 5 weeks out from a budget in which this uncertainty which has just been uncovered in the previous reports and what might need to happen within them, that it is also challenging for members to be able to even table amendments not knowing what potential impact is not somewhere in the future, but only just down the line? And would you accept that perhaps we could improve on that process as what we've got it just now?
Mr Laurie.
I accept that is a challenge, and I believe there's always room for improvement. Thank you.
Any more questions? No. Can we go to the mover of the report? Mr Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. I was thinking I was going to have to scrap my whole speech with all the questions, which were good questions. I have split this into two specific parts, into budget and the rent rise, because we are considering obviously both sides on that. Falkirk Council is a social landlord with approximately 16,500 tenancies. The cost of providing council housing must be self-financing from house rents and other income. There is a statutory requirement to review the council rents annually, and that we do today. You'll have note from the proposed balance of the budget 25-26 that the largest cost is HRA, and the HRA is loans charges at £30,482,000. This is an increase of 4.186 million from this year, representing a significant increase in capital expenditure costs in what will be an ambitious programme. This demonstrates a commitment to our capital programme and the quality of our homes. However, this is directly affected by standard inflation, but also by construction inflation, which in turn affects the interest rates on capital borrowing, which is still looking to remain high for a longer period than it was expected previously. This investment, however, will help to improve the energy efficiency of our current housing and allow us to build energy efficient homes. This is a positive effect on climate change and, importantly, the fuel bills of our tenants. This will help to combat poverty. However, if we want to maintain an ambitious leading programme of improvements, we need to be able to afford it. This year, the budget was supported by 1.78 million of reserves, taking what is expected to be our reserves by the end of the financial year to 1.6 million, well below the prudent reserve figure of £7 to £8 million. Therefore, we can't rely on reserves this year to balance the budget. This report importantly sets out a balanced budget which will deliver quality and affordable housing in line with the three priorities of supporting stronger and healthier communities, promoting opportunities and educational attainment and reducing inequalities, and supporting a thriving economy and green transition. Moving on to the rent. In setting rent levels, a number of factors have to be taken into consideration, as the rent from our tenants is the vast majority of the investment Falkirk Council's Housing Department of the HRA applies to the varied services supplied to our people. Consultation was carried out with our tenants in 2024, and 63.3% of tenants who responded expressed a preference for the figures that I'm about to present in comparison to the higher level proposed at the same time. This, combined with the tenant satisfaction survey and the very positive house assurance statements, informs us of the priorities of our tenants and how we have served them. Delivering statutory housing requirements and improving what our tenants see as important must be the right approach. Consumer Price Index over the last 4 years was 21.72%, and the rent rise in Falkirk Council at the same time was 11.43%, which is the right thing to do at the time. But in order to maintain a significant housing investment programme, we have to take steps to make that programme affordable. The proposed rise in rents over the next 3 years are 9.5% in 2025, 9% in 26-27, and 7% in 27-28. The latter years may have to be revised and consulted on should the interest and inflation position deteriorate further. This will have an effect on raising the average weekly rent by £7.47. And if every council house owning authority in Scotland were to add an average of 5%, Falkirk would likely to be 5th or 6th lowest rent in Scotland out of the 26 local authorities who actually rent homes. Importantly, this increase is to be assessed as affordable for our tenants. And Falkirk Council's Housing Department uses the rent affordability tool provided by HouseSmart Scotland. This tool has shown that the increases are affordable. Approximately 9,045 of our 16,500 households are fully protected from rent rise as they are in receipt of housing benefit or housing costs through universal credit. However, those in financial hardship are offered support by Housing Officers Advice Hub and the Welfare and Benefits Team. The latter I have personally engaged with to support a number of people over the last number of years, and has always found them to be an excellent service to ensure that tenants' incomes are maximised and address people's money worries, which can be a huge relief to people. Tenants and owners within the high flats who are charged for combined hot water and heating at a rate of £527.69 per year for a one-bedroom and £637.38 for a two-bedroom flat will see a just over 2% rise based on the December Consumer Price Index. This represents a significantly lower cost than direct utility companies and removes the risk of higher costs in the winter. The majority of these people, I believe, are senior citizens, and this has given them some surety of cost of heating and lighting, especially this year. As the report states, so Falkirk has the 5th lowest council rents in Scotland, although that was for 23-24, and it went to the 3rd for the current year. And we have the 4th lowest spend on tenancy management and the 4th highest spend on repairs and improvements. I would like to maintain this benefit for our tenants and thank all the staff for what they do every day for our tenants. I therefore move the recommendations in section 2 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. A seconder for that? Councillor Sinclair?
Yeah, happy to second the report. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah?
We have no amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Bundy?
No comment.
Councillor Spears?
Hundreds of comments, but I can't make them just now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Any independent councillors, any comments? Do we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Thank you, colleagues. We'll have a short 5-minute recess for a comfort break for people to go to the toilet. Thank you. We're ready to resume, colleagues? Jack, come on. No. Thank you, colleagues. Can I just say at the outset that there is an amendment to the Housing Investment report, which is on page 45 to 75. So there will be a debate after the reports as read. Firstly, can I ask if there's any questions for officers? Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Convener. Obviously, the Scottish Government declared that a housing emergency some time ago and proceeded to subtract £200 million from the new house building nationally, only to give it back. I'm just wondering, obviously we've got 10,000 people currently on a housing waiting list. What additional funding is the government making available to deal with this huge problem?
Thank you. Councillor Nimmo. Natalie.
Thank you. So we are still awaiting our announcement for our next year's resource planning assumption, which is the funding that will tell us how much we have for the increased supply of affordable housing throughout the year. We were allocated an additional £751,000 back around October time as part of that announcement. And we do have indications that next year's allowance will be more in line with 23-24, which is an increase from 24-25. Thank you.
Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Murtagh, then Councillor Spears.
Thanks, Convener. I suppose before I ask questions, I think maybe sometimes our processes could be more helpful. So just, although you've said there's going to be a debate, perhaps it'd be helpful at this stage I believe that perhaps if Councillor Bowes is happy to accept my amendment, then there would be no need for a debate, but also sometimes that can reflect on the questions which members may wish to ask. So I think it's actually quite helpful whether to have just some indication of that at this point.
Councillor Bowes. We will be accepting the amendment from Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you very much.
Part of my presentation.
No,
Thank you very much.
I appreciate that. I think just from reflecting on previous committees, it's sometimes helpful to have that at the stage where we're asking questions, because it informs members whether they should ask questions on potential amendments, etc. So I do have a question for officers, and it relates to the amendment which I've put up. And I would say from the outset that the amendment which I've put up relates to council housing in conservation areas, which I appreciate doesn't apply to all members and it's particularly pertinent to the wards of Carscnaird and Tryst, given that we have 3 of the 9 conservation areas in our ward. So in terms of some discussions we've had recently, is there any update on, for example, the situation in Letham Terraces, Wilderness at Earth, in terms of the required actions to take planning permission forward in order to execute the Windows and Doors programme? Thank you.
Natalie.
Thank you. I'm pleased to confirm that a full planning application has now been submitted for Latham, and there'll be one forthcoming for Allendale. We accept this has taken longer than what we would hope, but certainly there's been lesson learned for our future planning requirements. Thank you.
I'm really grateful to Natalie for that answer, and it's great to hear that acknowledgement, you know, and just that openness, and that's why I've brought that the amendment forward. But I would say that particularly the reason that this was perhaps a catalyst for me to do today and to ask today is the very excellent work that's been undertaken in Latham in terms of the programme for heating, etc., which doesn't require planning permission, and the feedback I've had from residents there about how council officers have undertaken that, how staff has been excellent, and I've passed it on to department, but it's worth definitely mentioning in committee today, where's praise where praise is due. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Bowes.
It's again to Natalie. How will any changes to the Scottish Government grant affect the programme?
Thank you. There's a number of variables that impact on our programme, one of which is the affordability and the availability of our capital. So it may not affect the programme for council new builds, bearing in mind that the Scottish Government RPA is to be spent across all of the social housing providers across the area. Thank you.
Councillor Meikle-John.
It's actually on a slightly similar vein, but it takes into fact our investment programme and the impact of the borrowing rates and the continued high costs, and what mitigations have we put in place to try and maximise the outcomes, in particular for our tenants.
Thank you. So there's been a number of mitigations put in place, and you'll see detailed within the report there are a number of risks that we have highlighted to members, because as you say, there's a lot of factors that impact upon our ability to deliver this programme. So at the moment, we have taken very robust approaches. There have been full and transparent decision making to assess the impact of where investment goes and at what point in time. And as always, it's taken on board what is the main priorities for our tenants. And that's reflected through the Windows and Doors programme and the heating, which again helps fuel poverty and cost of living. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Oh, thank you. Here we're talking about investment. It was previously passed at this council about heating grants and investment for an organisation. Can we have an update on if this is operational now and how many people have applied?
Can I seek clarity on what grant it is that you're referring to?
Usually insulation, double glazing.
Is this for owner-occupiers?
Yes.
Yes, so there is still investment ongoing, thank you, with the private sector.
Now, net zero emissions affects everyone. Are we pushing this? I've not seen any advertisement in the press for people to apply. There's a lot of people sitting in houses really cold. No, but everybody has the luxury of staying in a high flat, and they have enormous bills to try and keep their property warm. And the directive, I believe, at the time, because it was me that put it forward, was that we should really be pushing this and for people to make these applications.
Natalie.
So our involvement as a housing service is very much providing advice and guidance to our own council tenants around how to reduce their costs and energy efficiency. We do work very closely with our colleagues in police service that have a wider remit, and there is absolutely a drive towards achieving our net zero. There is also sessions being arranged by a company called the WISE Group, who are there across the 10 years, again, to provide advice and assistance. And there is also the helpline, I want to say Home Energy Scotland, that people can apply to and contact for grants. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe, Seth, we were very late, but we have signed up now, and people can now go and make application and get help and advice, not just for housing, but for Falkirk Council in general.
Yeah. Thank you. So this is something that, as I said, housing services don't provide or facilitate. It would be our colleagues in place. But I'm happy to take away your question and ask for a response to come back to you, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. 4.8 of the report says, and I quote, within our existing stock of approximately 16,500 homes, there are 386 homes referred to as hard to treat, end of quote. How does that compare to other councils across Scotland in terms of ratio?
Thank you. I'm not aware of the exact ratio, but I can confirm that this is not unique to Falkirk. There are areas that may perhaps have old stock that have additional financial burdens as we do. So it's certainly something that is not unique within Falkirk. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. And then my second question is in reference to the amendment which the administration has accepted. It calls for an immediate review of outstanding and planned investment projects in conservation areas. Will there be a resource implication by accepting this? And if so, where will that resource come from?
Thank you. So no, there will be no resource implication out with the current programme. It's very much a process to ensure that we can work within the timeline of the programme where these properties are already scheduled to be upgraded. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. Happy to accept the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. Councillor Nimmo referred earlier on to the Scottish Government's announcement of there being a housing emergency. Now, can you clarify for me what we are doing in our own local area in terms of increasing the housing stock? Because if I'm reading the report correctly, the target should be 961 additional homes over 5 years, but at 7.2 and 7.3, there's reference to only 258 additional homes over 5 years, plus a reduction in the expected buybacks. So we would appear to be falling short of our targets. Am I misreading that?
Thank you. I am pleased to confirm that yes, it is a misread. There is a local housing target set to increase the supply, which is between 180 and 220 per year. However, that is across the whole of the Falkirk area, and that includes our RSL partners. So if I can refer back to the SHIP, that is the programme that shows what we will deliver for the whole of the area. So I can confirm our target will be met. Just also to highlight that the figure quoted does not include the buybacks. We have a target of around 45 buybacks per year as well. So we are well within our targets if we continue to do as we have in the programme. Thank you.
Can I just clarify, do your figures that you're talking about include RSL? Do we have figures for RSL likely increases in the numbers of housing so that we can get an idea of how closely we are meeting the aims, which I might say, given the housing emergency, are very, very modest aims.
Thank you. Yes, we do have the figures that the SHIP will deliver. I don't have them on me just now, but I will absolutely get them to you, Councillor.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hannah. A couple of questions from myself. Leading on from what Councillor Bundy says on page 48 at 4.8, the 386 homes that are marked as hard to treat. Is there people living in these homes at the moment?
So at the moment, we currently have a project in one of the areas that we have attracted £616,000, and they are currently vacant. So they will enable that investment will enable the properties to come back into to use. There is a distinction between the SHQS standard, which is where people will be residing within the homes, but those that are significantly below the target, then that's something that we would not have tenants inhabiting at this point in time.
Okay, so leading on from that, we're saying in the same statement at 4.8 that it would take 60,000 per house. Would we not be cheaper bringing them up to meet the SHQS standard than paying the money for buybacks or new housing?
Thank you. So that's going to be part of our decision making and our assessment, and there will be a report coming back to members on a decision regarding the disposal of some of our stock. So our approach will be to assess every individual property, and there'll be
Thank you, colleagues. Just to inform the elected members online, we've got a power cut there in the building, so that's us back up and running. Back to Natalie before we're rudely interrupted.
Thank you. So just to pick up where we left off, we will be using a scoring matrix to identify what is the most best return on investment in terms of whether we want to keep and invest, or to say whether we want to dispose and reinvest. Thank you.
So just my last probably question on that is, out of the 386 homes, how many people have we got living in them?
Thank you. That's an answer I do not know, but I'll take an action to find out.
Okay.
Thank you.
And on that action, can you get back to me just to identify where the homes are for me? Just for myself.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. It was on at 7.3, it was talking about the buybacks and how we used to buy back 80 properties a year, and it's now dropped to 45, obviously with high inflation, rising costs and things. But I was wondering, how much extra do you think we would need to increase the buybacks back up to our pre-high inflation levels? I know that's maybe a hard question, but what would you?
Thank you. And actually, I can answer this, I'm pleased to say, because, well, I don't know a specific figure, but referring back to the time when we set the target of 45, we took into account the market conditions, the cost of properties, and also the availability of properties. As I had said, we are ensuring that we're taking a completely strategic approach to make sure we are getting best value for our tenants' rent. And that means that we are more selective about the types of properties that we want to purchase, because we do not want to have investment capital costs, and we don't want to have rent loss where properties are lying longer. So there's a number of factors that we take into account. But in relation to the costs and the finances, we have negotiated with Scottish Government an uplift in our grant. So what that means is our grant level for buybacks remains at 3.15 million per annum. However, we are attracting significantly higher levels of grant per property, which that means that the number of properties we can purchase and attract grant for reduces. But the advantage of that to us as a council is the purchase cost per property to us as a council has significantly decreased. So we attract £90,000 for a large property, £60,000 for a 2-bedroom property, and £45,000 for a 1-bedroom property. There are occasions whereby we can purchase a 1-bedroom property for quite a low price. So the cost to the capital is very low, so it gives us a good return. So at the moment, unless we were to increase the capital available for buybacks, then we would not be looking to increase our target of 45. Thank you.
Yeah. I think kind of what I was meaning is how much additional would, if you had an extra £1 million, say, how many additional buybacks do you think we could get for that? I suppose it depends on the size of the property, but what should we be aiming for?
So the average cost per property just now, we're looking at around £120,000. So that would give us about kind of 8 to 9 based on no grants. But I'm aware Mr Gillespie would like to add to that, so I'll hand over.
Must be an easy question.
Yeah, it must be, and even getting called Mr Gillespie, finally, that's fine, thank you. I think the other thing that's really important for members is to be aware that we're targeting larger properties to meet the housing need and demand. So that also reflects the cost that we're looking for as well within that budget. So although it's a 45 their budget, if we're to get more money, it just depends if the right type of properties is there. And as Natalie says, we're being more proactive and make sure it ties back into our strategy of what properties we do need to make sure that we utilise our money fully, Councillor.
So it could be less properties, but larger properties.
Which then meets their demand, which then helps the housing list what's there, and obviously people are on that.
That's excellent, thanks. Other question I had was at 9.15 of the report, it was talking about there's potentially a risk to the Denny project if the tender costs are higher than expected. When will the tender be going out for this job, and when do you think we'll have clarity and assurance for that project?
So the tender is currently being prepared, and that should be out within the next month or so. We are expecting the return back around May time, because we do need to start on site by December of this year to retain our building and planning conditions. Thank you.
Thanks. And then just my very last question was a wee bit following on Councillor Bundy and Councillor Kerr's point about the 380 that are, what was the word, that was hard to treat. Well, obviously in the Larbert side of my ward, Foundry alone, we've got properties that have been empty for a significant length of time, and there's a lot of problems with the building. It'd be very hard to bring it back into use. And I think in your response to Councillor Kerr, you were talking about, does there come a point where you'd maybe say maybe we should dispose of this property rather than doing it ourselves, and at what point would that decision be taken?
Yep, this is an easier one, so thank you. As mentioned earlier about the 380 that's there, we have people living in the majority of them, except for 30 of them. Of that 30, that is the area, some of them are the area you're talking about. As Natalie has said as well, it's part of what we're doing now is looking at our stock, looking at the cost effectiveness of that, and if we're looking to either invest or look at disposal, we would have the appropriate report coming back to members on that. I am aware that in the near future there'll be a report coming to members in regards to any properties that we are looking to dispose of or look for significant funding to upgrade. So that's still been ongoing now, but will be for members in the near future.
Thank you. I really look forward to that, and also just wanted to warmly welcome that Allendale is now going to be getting planning permission and moving forward. That will be, it's actually just outside my ward, but I get a lot of inquiries about it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Edmund. Councillor Spears, you've already been in, but I'll indulge you for a question.
Thanks for your indulgence, really. You've raised some questions with your buyback policy. Say you have a block of flats and there's one person didn't want to pay for them to be upgraded, rough casted, etc. So the whole block, in some instances, didn't get done. Now this person might want to sell back to you. Will that inhibit the whole block of flats being rough cast, renovated and work getting carried out?
Kenny?
Yeah, we don't upgrade as such. It'll be because the building requires it to be done. There's completely different under the Tenements Act, Councillor, and where there's one, and if the other three are a majority, we would go ahead and do that work, because the work that we're doing is not upgrading, it's a requirement, and it passes through our life cycle costings. And I'll go back to earlier responses. Any property that is we look at, we build it on the merits of the scoring metrics that was mentioned earlier. So every house that we buy back, we look at the demand of that property, or as I said earlier, we'll be looking at future requirements of the buildings that could be in there if I reverse that, if we're in the minority.
So if we did buy back one in a block of flats, we'd be able to go ahead with exterior works in the whole block?
Again, as I was saying, we can do that with even 3-1 because we have the majority. It comes under the Scotland Tenement Act, and happy to speak to you offline if you would like more information on it, Councillor.
Councillor Patrick.
I know my points have been raised by other councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nimmo.
Just a quick question, Convener. Kenny, just in relation to our buybacks, when we buy them back, are they added to our void list or are they dealt with separately?
Sorry, I've never heard that, sorry.
With our buybacks, when we actually take them back on board, are they added to our void list or are they dealt with separately?
Every property that comes in is up for letting, so if it needs repairs complete, it would go in the voids but turn around very quickly. there, and that again's subject to when we look at a property, what's our needs. So sometimes it may be worthwhile getting a buyback that needs a wee bit of work because it's of a size that we've not got, like a 4 or a 5 bedroom in there, and gets people off our waiting list. So everything's looking independently.
Thank you, Councillor Nimmo. Other questions? Thank you. Can we get the report by portfolio holder?
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. Following on from the previous report, the delivering of the housing investment programme directly impacts on each of the Council's 3 priorities, as I noted in that report. This ambitious £253 million investment affirms our commitment to providing high quality, energy efficient and affordable homes for our residents. This programme presented for 25 to 30 shows a reduction which is necessary to ensure the affordability and to maintain the programme's aims. Reductions have been achieved by a number of measures, including reprofile and cyclic maintenance, efficiencies in material and specifications. Should interest rates reduce quicker than is currently anticipated, the level of investment could increase. Repairs over the next 5 years will continue to improve existing properties, increasing our housing supply and enhancing energy efficiency across our communities. This is covered in section 6 of the report, and although I will not go through them all, I am content with the programme and will touch on a number of them later. In 25-26 alone, £27.25 million will be dedicated to upgrading 7,455 homes, with key priorities, I am pleased to say, including the window and door replacement programme, electrical safety improvements and vital heating system upgrades. A further £11.58 million will support new housing through our new build programme and buyback scheme, helping to expand the availability of affordable homes across Falkirk. I had the pleasure of visiting some of the sites currently being worked on by BMD with Robert Fotheringham, and would particularly like to mention the high specification energy efficiency works being carried out in Bonnybridge, and the brilliant tradesmen on that site. A particular mention to the joiners Alan and Paul working on the dormers, who made whose quality of work was fantastic, and the nature in which they carried out the work was excellent as well. The new builds, I would like to look at our new build programme. In a time when other authorities are reining back significantly on new house building and RSLs are slowing their rate of build, Falkirk is pushing forward with a new house building programme. The Strategic Housing Investment Plan, known as the SHIP, 25 to 30, approved by Executive on the 10th of October, outlines plans to deliver an additional 258 new build council homes throughout the lifespan of the 5-year plan. With Hall Glen ongoing and expected to release the balance of its homes over the next financial year, we look forward to people moving into these fantastic homes. I was recently speaking to one of the tenants and they were very impressed with the detail that the architects department had put into these buildings. I look forward to progress being made on the Denny High site, and all being well, I'm certain they will be received with the same enthusiasm as Hall Glen. Falkirk builds its new homes to an extremely high standard, and having seen the new homes being built in Torwood, 2 sites in Bainsford, Bonnybridge, Polmont and Hall Glen site, I am pleased that, as I've said, we are pushing forward with our new housing developments, and I welcome this. I'm aware a number of elected members have visited the new developments, and the feedback from them is that the new homes are very impressive. I'd like to thank the architectural team, Gillian Agnew and Paul Noble, for this significant work. We know the tenants want high quality housing and reliable services, and this investment delivers on that promise while ensuring more than half of our tenants on the lowest incomes remain fully protected from rent increases. I am pleased to see the increased grant for buybacks and thank the officers for their work on this. I welcome funding as a result of having successfully secured £616,000 from the Scottish Government for the Ukraine longer term resettlement fund. This funding will contribute to the cost of improving conditions of 17 homes in the Denny area. I further welcome the extension of the hot water and heating to another 2 tower blocks. I'm happy to move the recommendations in this report as contained in section 2 and accept the amendment of Councillor Murtagh and confirm, as Natalie has already said, a planning application has been submitted for Letham to be followed shortly by Allendale, and that applications will be submitted in advance in future to avoid delays. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Devine?
Happy to second.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah?
No further amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Bundy?
No further comment.
Councillor Spears?
No further questions.
Councillor Murtagh?
Thanks, Convener. Obviously, I did have an amendment. I'm really pleased it's been accepted, and I would say that I'm grateful to the attitude and the refreshing approach of officers to acknowledge that there has been some issues and delays in the way that we've gone forward with conservation areas, and that now is addressed. And I would note that it is about putting in an application for planning, which as a member of the planning committee and others are, I'm sure we will all be objectively looking at, and it doesn't prejudice what the outcome of that would be if it does come to committee, just to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. Any other independent councillors got any? No. Can we agree the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. We now go on to agenda item 7, the proposed integration of children's and justice social work services into the Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership and revised integration scheme between Falkirk Council and NHS Forth Valley. We take it the report has been read, as there is no amendments to this report. So I'll ask for questions to officers. Councillor Hannah and Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for the report. It's very full and detailed, so you'll probably have a limited number of questions coming to you. But I wonder if you could maybe say a bit about the National Care Service Bill and how it impacts on this proposal, and the fact that it is now been what's the word? Dumped by the Scottish Government at a cost of £30 million.
Gail, and welcome.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Hannah. So the Scottish Government announced amendments to the National Care Service Bill. I would say that there's obviously a relationship in terms of when we've been developing the proposals around the integration of children's services. We've been very mindful of the ongoing conversations that have been happening at a national level, but the decisions taken by Scottish Government doesn't impact on the decisions that are asked to be taken by this Council today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Spears.
Mine's is quite a simple question. We have a duty of care, especially to children. Can you tell us how will this help children in care go forward to a fulfilling life? I will come back on it.
I'd maybe suggest that Sarah Lacey might be the best person to come in on that question.
Sarah?
Hi, Convener. Yeah, I'm happy to respond to that question. So within the report in front of members today, we have outlined a number of benefits and outcomes that we anticipate from integration of children's and justice social work into Falkirk's Health and Social Care Partnership. We have, over the time period, roughly 8-9 months, been consulting with care amongst stakeholders and with families and overall with public workforce. And we've heard from a fairly kind of widespread response a lot of interest in terms of how we can, by working together and integrating in this way, reduce some of the various touch points that families currently have to experience. And we know that that matters greatly. We've had feedback from our carer centre to say that that's one of the most important aspects that they see being a benefit of integration directly for their children, their young people, and from the parents and carers that are involved. So we are going to be continuing with our programme board that has been running on a frequent basis, chaired either by Gail Woodcock or myself, with a number of work groups that have been reporting into that. That programme board will continue because we are keen to make sure that we have that function available to be able to make sure that we are recognising the benefits that we've outlined in the report. So we want to see those outcomes. We want to be able to make sure that we can report back on them. But improvement for families has absolutely been front and centre to the approach that we've been taking. We want to focus on transitions. They tend to be really tricky points for children and young people with disabilities. We want to take opportunities to be able to bring budgets together. We want to take opportunities to be able to skill our staff in ways that we haven't been able to achieve previously, again, by having the workforce across the health and social care partnership focus very much on social work and social care, and where we can take any opportunities to be able to improve. But hopefully that gives some assurance that we are focused on making sure that we realise those benefits, and we'll be monitoring them moving forward.
To say it doesn't really reassure me. You use the words anticipate. You've heard of benefits. You've not come forward with any facts, any figures. We need a clear focus and to achieve things seriously, I use your words. We live in an area we've heard about kids in Pullman, other kids in homes and that, jumping off bridges. We need real assurance that these kids are being properly looked after and can move on to a fulfilling life.
Was there a question in that for somebody, Councillor Spears?
I think it was more a statement of reality.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Bailey. If I can just come in off that last point as well, and commend the work that Sarah and the whole health and social care joint partnership have done. Speaking from experience as someone who works within social work, a health and social care partnership, I can firsthand talk about the benefits specifically to our most vulnerable children. And given that I have two young people's houses within my own ward, I am acutely familiar with just the positives and the benefits of this joint up integrated working. So if that can offer any assurances to members, I hope that helps.
Thanks, Councillor Patterson. We really need to stick to questions. Colleagues, Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, and I will stick to a question because we're straying into statements again. I was going to ask a wee bit about the engagement with trade unions and how positive that has been. And I think obviously there's been comment already about the potential opportunities for further enhancements around that. But I think it'd be useful just to get a perspective around the trade unions and their views on this integration and the engagement with them.
Gail?
I'll just maybe start in terms of there has been extensive consultation across a range of different stakeholder groups. Martin Tom, who's on the call today, he's our head of specialist services, has been leading up on that programme of work. So I'm going to be passed to Martin to talk more specifically about the trade unions.
Thanks, Gail. Martin?
Thanks. Yeah, as Gail highlighted, I was the lead for the consultation work stream. The trade unions were invited along to all the sessions that we ran with the staff groups. So I think it was about 8 sessions in total. And the feedback from the unions, I have to say, it was fairly mixed. Some of the concerns from the unions were around the ability to drive forward change. And I think there was also some concern that actually we would be disaggregating the partnership that children's services currently have with education. However, looking at the Celsius report, it really highlighted that actually where the service sits isn't that important as to how the relationships are managed within the organisation. And for me, I think the fact that the staff group all appeared committed to integration with the Health and Social Care Partnership and demonstrated that commitment to improving services and working on a whole family basis, actually I think gave some assurance to the unions that actually we were committed to ensuring that we didn't lose that strong relationship that children's currently have with education. But actually for me, what I would hope is that the partnership could build on that relationship. Particularly members have touched on children transitions. I think for me, there have been real issues with children transitions into adult services throughout the time I've been in Falkirk, and adult services haven't really been in a position to get involved with children in transition probably until the last year before they become an adult. And my hope would be that we could build on the relationships that children's services have and actually work with education services, adult services and children's services to come up with a holistic model that can provide an intervention much earlier. So we had these types of discussions in the workshop sessions where we explored some of the challenges and we explored some of the benefits. And I think there was that real recognition that ultimately, should children's services move into the Health and Social Care Partnership, we would be able to deliver a whole family approach to social work. And that would hopefully enable us to support people across the whole lifespan. So I think there was a recognition that there may be challenges. There is a lot of work to be done around integration of children's services into the partnership. But there was that real commitment from the workforce and from the leaders that we spoke to actually work together to make that work. I think the final point I'd really like to make is that I think there was recognition that simply by pulling budgets together and pulling the access into services together rather than having multiple referral routes that we currently do, we would see some immediate benefits for the citizens of Falkirk. The discussions that we had, I hope, gave the unions the assurance, and the feedback specifically from the unions is set out in the report for members. But overall, the drive really was that commitment to working in partnership, and there was a real view that actually children's and justice services would benefit from being in the Health and Social Care Partnership, but recognising actually that we still have a lot of work to do around how we really maximise the benefits of integration. And as Sarah said in her earlier response, the plan would be to continue with the programme board to look to see how we could maximise those benefits, recognising there would be some very quick wins, but there would be a much longer bit of work to do around exploring those benefits fully. Hopefully that answers the questions. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I think that was tremendously helpful and demonstrates just how Falkirk can do some transformation in their services.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. It's building upon the point that was made by Councillor Spears regarding the long-term benefits and outcomes. Reading the report from page 82 to 84, there are lists of suspected benefits and outcomes from these recommendations, but again, some of the terminology used is subjective, so I'm just wondering what measurements are being used, and I think that's what Councillor Spears was getting at, what measurements are being used and what definitions are being used whilst reviewing the outcomes associated with these recommendations.
Gail?
Thank you. I'll maybe start and then pass over to Sarah to add more details. So I think it's really important to recognise that subject to the decision today, that if a decision is taken along the lines of the recommendations in the report, that's the start of the process. There's obviously been a lot of work undertaken to date in the programme board in terms of articulating what those anticipated benefits will be. The programme board, subject to the decisions today, will continue, and that's when the really important part of the work starts around the integration, around realising the benefits and checking that the anticipated benefits are being realised and monitoring that through key metrics as well. So as you say, we need to be able to articulate what we expect to change, when we expect that to change, and then to measure and monitor whether or not those changes are being made. So that will be continued to be looked at through the programme board. In addition to that, as you know, if it comes into the partnership, as the partnership develops its new strategic plan, which is due in springtime 2026, the articulation of the anticipated direction of travel, including children's and adult services, will be within that strategic plan. And again, that clarity around that direction of travel and the indicators that would provide that assurance that we are moving in the anticipated direction. But Sarah Lacey might want to come in and add some more specific detail around the children's aspect.
Thank you. And Sarah?
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, we are expressing a clear commitment to providing those metrics, and there has been a significant amount of work undertaken over the last few months around consultation, the work of each of the work streams, and the activity around the programme board, reporting into the NHS Forth Valley board, council, etc. So if members are approving today's recommendations, that set of metrics will be a piece of work that the programme board is going to be taking forward. There have been a number of pieces of work that we have been undertaking that have just been really sensible approaches, knowing that these particular approaches will improve outcomes for children, young people and adults, people that are reliant on social work services. So we have been moving forward in a kind of really practical way with that constant eye on transformation. So, for example, within social work adult services, within the Health and Social Care Partnership, there is an access team now, and that access team is reflecting the service that we provide in children and family social work, which is our front door to services. So we're now replicating that. So although they are currently two separate teams, we will be looking to take opportunities again in the future to potentially be bringing those teams together. There's recently been a service restructure within both social work adult services and children and families. We now have structures that reflect one another, that reflect that locality model. The locality model is about bringing direct benefits to our communities and to our families. So over the course of time, whilst we've been working towards this particular proposal, we've also been taking sensible steps to make sure that our services are transforming, that they're reflecting need, that they're reflecting what we know people are asking from us, and also reflecting the challenging times that we face, the increase in demand that we have within social work services and the pressures around budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail and Sarah. Councillor Bundy?
Thank you for the answers.
Councillor Colley?
Yeah, I'm actually just a couple of things around just sort of sharing information, and I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. Obviously, the paper has two elements to it. There's the integration of children's services, but there's also the revised integration scheme. Obviously this would be a change, so I wanted to check with officers about how the revised integration scheme and further integration would be communicated to the public and the plans around that.
Gail?
Yes, so there has already been consultation on the revised integration scheme with the public. It's fair to say there wasn't a huge response. I think that the interest from a public perspective is fairly limited, and that's probably the right situation, because actually what the public are interested in the differences and the improvements that we can make to the services that we deliver, and that's the thing that we're obviously always striving to improve on. So we will continue to communicate in appropriate ways to various stakeholder groups, including the public, but it probably is the situation that the specific changes around the integration scheme are of limited interest from a public perspective. That being said, as we move, again, subject to the decisions of the council, as we move forward with the integration of children's service, we will be continuing, as I say, the programme board, and particularly the communications and engagement work stream, to make sure we're communicating the changes as they affect people and communities and staff every step of the way, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Colley.
Yes, thanks. And just one further one around the integration scheme. Obviously, it's been endorsed by NHS Forth Valley, and this is a process around the council as the other partner for onwards submission to the Scottish Government. Do we have a clear timeline of when the Government may approve the integration scheme in its entirety, and leaving aside children's services, but in its entirety, to the document that's attached in the appendix? And do we think it will be into next financial year?
I think it's difficult to say, convener, just exactly what the timescale will be, because it's not within our gift. But certainly, if the decision of the council today is to approve the new integration scheme because it's been approved by the Health Board, we can proceed to submit it to the Scottish Ministers for their immediate consideration. Now, we have spent a lot of time on the preparation of the revised integration scheme, and as the report notes, we've had the benefit of a colleague who worked on the Tayside integration schemes, the review of the 3 schemes there, which were approved thereafter by the Scottish Government with little or no need for comment or change. So I think we're relatively optimistic that we have the schemes in a good place where they don't require a lot of input or question from ministers, but that's our anticipation. We can't guarantee that. So all being well, it would be useful if the 2 dates came together, in terms of the 1st of April being both coming into force, but it's not essential for the move of children's services into the partnership that the scheme is approved at the same time. So I think that's about as much as I can say at the moment.
Thanks, Mr. Moody. Councillor Colley, any more questions? Any more questions? Thank you. Can I just say, before we go into the mover of the report, and I didn't want to be rude to anybody, but can we, and I know people's passionate about this, and I really appreciate Councillor Patterson's insight into this as her job, and I really appreciate that. But when it's questions, can we please stick to questions, please? Councillor Colley, as portfolio holder.
Thank you, me again. I'm not going to say too much. I mean, I think we've obviously had the opportunity to have briefings that officers have provided, and those discussions have been across both the council and the health board, as well as the IJB. I think the paper has set out clearly the intention, the intended benefits. And I think it's important to say that when we think about children don't live in isolation, they live in families, and integrating our services as effectively as possible to respond to their needs, I think is a sensible approach. I want to thank everybody who has been involved in the work to bring both the integration scheme and the proposal around the integration of children and justice services. It's been a huge endeavour, and I think everyone has engaged really positively, and obviously that work will continue, because every piece of work that we do, and I think, you know, as I suppose just a matter of fact across the council, the IGIB and the health board is always about continuous improvement and monitoring and evaluating outcomes and ensuring that we are reaching those outcomes. So I'm not going to say any more. I think probably the final. I'm saying I'm not going to say any more. I'm going to say one more thing. That there is a question around the integration of children's community healthcare services. That is one that NHS Forth Valley and other partners will continue to consider, and it may be something considered for future development. It doesn't form part of these proposals, but it's certainly something about how do we really support every citizen in Falkirk at every stage of their life, in both their health and their social care and other services. So I'm just going to just propose the recommendations. I'm not going to go through them. I'm just going to propose the recommendations, and thank everyone who's involved.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Is there a seconder? Councillor Sinclair?
Yeah, content to second the report. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Convener. I will say very little as well. I have no amendments here, but I do want to say a major thank you to Gail, to Sarah, to Martin, and all the staff who have done a huge amount of work. As Gail has said, the interest of the public in the revision of structures is pretty limited, but the important thing here is that the driver of these changes is the delivery of the best possible services for children, for people who need social care services and health and social care services. And I am absolutely convinced and supportive of the work that is being done on it. It is a big job. It's not just over at the end of this decision on this report. It will take some considerable time, and we look forward to seeing the improvements in the delivery of service, although perhaps it will be only a limited number of people who see some of the improvements. But there will be improvements, I believe, as a result of these changes.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Bundy?
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. Again, just want to thank everyone who was involved in writing this report and for particularly outlaying the vision of the outcomes and benefits that this review should bring. And I look forward to seeing the metrics being developed so we can see if these outcomes and benefits are being achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spears.
Well, I take it you gathered I'm not totally convinced. The words hopeful assurance doesn't assure me. I'll look forward to seeing results and facts and a follow-up to this, hopefully in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Any other independent councillors, any views? We agree with the report?
Agreed.
I think this will be an appropriate time to stop for lunch. Colleagues, we'll come back at past. Welcome back, everybody. We'll start the second part of today's council meeting with agenda item 8, the strategic property review update, pages 157 to 235. We'll take the report as been read and state at the outset there is 3 amendments that have been received. Therefore, there will be a debate. There is also a deputation submitted by Mr. Ian Shearer on behalf of Friends of Kinneil Museum. Is it with approval of the council that we hear a deputation?
Agreed.
Agreed. Colleagues, my intention is to hear the deputation, allow elected members to ask any questions of the deputation. Then it'll be in your gift if we want to have a short recess to discuss with your groups any matters that may arise from this discussion. But I'll ask, at that time, I shall ask if that's in agreement with the council. Councillor Murtagh, before we listen to the deputation.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, convener. You mentioned there were 3 amendments that have been received, but from my reckoning of what was sent before the meeting, there were 4. Is that correct? So has that changed?
I think the issue there, convener, is just that one is the motion, so it's an adjusted motion for the administration, and 3 amendments to that motion.
I see. Okay. I'll maybe ask them if we're asking questions after the if there's a recess and we're still coming to ask questions of officers, I might pick things up there. But I'd say that the situation with submitted motions is not clear at this moment in time, which doesn't help the knowing what to ask. So thank you.
Okay. Can I just welcome both of you to the council meeting? As you heard, you'll get to state your case. You have 10 minutes for when you start, and after that there'll be an opportunity for elected members to ask any questions of yourselves.
Thank you.
Okay. Just whenever you want to start, just start.
Okay. Thank you very much, convener, and thank you to everyone for giving us this opportunity to speak with you today. My name's Eileen Jackson and I'm the chair of the Friends of Kinneil. I've been the chair since 2023. With me is Ian Shearer, who has been with the Friends for a very long time and was my predecessor for 5 years. And it's Ian who's actually going to speak to you today. So I'm really delighted to ask Ian to give you all the information that I hope you will find very useful and interesting. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Eileen, and thank you, convener, and thanks from me too to all of you for supporting and listening to us today, and maybe having read the press statement and the email we sent to all of you. For our part, we've now seen and much appreciate the proposed amendments lodged across all parties in Kinneil's favour, which is encouraging, and let's hope good sense now prevails. Given the pressure of your agenda, we'd just like to cover 3 broad headings.
First, for the record, some points to clarify what's in your agenda paper and to help inform your own debate and vote later. Secondly, to really speak up for the overall value of what a place like Kinneil is for everyone, and I hope for you too as elected members and for the communities you represent. Thirdly, to therefore plead with you to send the strongest possible message to the outside world, to Historic Environment Scotland and to officers, that instead of the bad public impression sent out by this proposal, you as the full council actually have the highest commitment to the tourism potential of this area's fabulous heritage and will be unanimous in not compromising in taking a stand on it. The heritage round here is one of the area's unique selling points, and tourism is one of its few growth sectors and with untapped potential. And you could do this by all voting to take Kinneil off the threat list once and for all, and that would safeguard and support it well into the future. It's not really a community building, but a very different type of property, and each property should be considered on its own unique features and merits. So first of all, please, just to pick up on some points on your agenda paper, the section on Kinneil Museum is at page 171 of the full bundle, if you have that in front of you. And it just comes out and says quite casually right at the beginning that the museum is due to close as part of phase 3 in the event of no community asset transfer. And it's as if we all already knew that, and as if we're all being made to feel as if we've somehow had our heads in the sand or haven't been keeping up all this time. In fact, everyone, including Historic Scotland and ourselves, had understood from the Council's previous SPR decisions, which we followed very closely, that the proper next step would be the review of the overall Kinneil Estate Strategic Master Plan, and that the future of the museum would very sensibly be considered within that. We'd all been told that this review would begin last September, since when we were all waiting for the Council to kick it off. It just doesn't make sense, after all, to decide to close the main visitor facility and toilets within your interrelated set of historic attractions at Kinneil Estate before even discussing the review of the plan. And what message does that public shockwave send to Historic Scotland or other partners, or to the community and visitors about the Council's commitment to the overall whole? Backlog maintenance costs of £163,900 have been referred to in the property scorecard, which is at page 190, but these aren't broken down. It doesn't mention that the building is B-listed and part of an A-listed group on a World Heritage Site. So aren't there statutory responsibilities on the owners who have been covering much of these upkeep costs? Ongoing investment needs are also said to be a barrier. But it doesn't say what effort has been made under the existing master plan, which has been in place since 2015, or what opportunities exist to look at external funding sources. A community-led management approach is the necessary only solution, it concludes. Well, why? To go back to our first point, the relevant public bodies haven't yet had extensive discussions, as was stated in the newspapers, at all, but are only just beginning the planning discussion at the right strategic level, which could also end up accessing suitable funding, including new sources like the Scottish Government's proposed new Heritage Fund. There's a brief reference in the paper to visitor numbers, but no analysis of those visitors has been provided. Where do these visitors come from? When do they come? Why do they come? What can boost the numbers? We know, for example, that numbers are multiplied significantly by Kinneil House also being open on certain days, attracting more visitors from far and wide, or by providing events and activities such as is done at other council parks and venues, and by school visits in the week. On a related point, what economic impact assessment has been done of the current and potential visitors, and how the funding and investment might actually be generating a return to the wider local economy? There's also no reference to the independent feasibility study done in 2014, publicly funded by Falkirk Community Trust, which showed that the right configuration of the assets at Kinneil could deliver between 12,000 and 18,000 visitors per year. And that was before subsequent continuing growth in regional tourism and in Kinneil's profile. There might be substantial further potential by imaginatively tapping the tens of thousands of visitors a year who pass on the Keneal Railway, which runs right through the estate. There's a lot on the airwaves at the moment about economic growth. Tourism is one of the area's few economic growth stories. Why choke it off instead of investing in it? Officers tend to say that the museum doesn't have the numbers to justify keeping it open, whilst other places do. But ask us, if you like, in questions why we think some other places, like Muiravenside, are said to be getting an improvement in financial performance and visitor levels. The paper doesn't mention at all the bigger heritage context and interrelationships at Keneal, the fact that it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, the World Heritage designation, what duties that entails. It doesn't mention the Antonine Wall. It doesn't mention Keneal House even, and its exceptional wall paintings. Mary Queen of Scots, James Watt, the John Muir Way, the Round the Forth cycling route, large cycling and horse riding events, the good work of Sustainable Thinking Scotland in the Walled Garden. No mention of the benefits of having a welcome and orientation point and meeting space for visitors to your 200-acre estate. It's also an official help, well-being and first aid point for visitors in difficulty, and provides toilets and water, including for those coming to Keneal House for tours with Historic Scotland, and similar facilities for all other people visiting and using the park. There's nothing in the paper about the educational value of school visits to the museum during the week. Generations of school classes have walked to discover the many learning opportunities and some of the items in the council's collections. They can learn about local mining traditions, the former industries and major port at Bowness, and the story of the Bowness Fair. Since COVID, the Friends volunteers have been trying to help to re-encourage and facilitate school visits. And we hope you've watched Historic Scotland's inspiring recent film about this initiative. We risk just throwing away these benefits forever. Yes, there's a revenue cost, as for any public service, but are we just going to discard without more public debate decades of excellent public local museum services and park visitor facilities, which not only depend on funded revenue support, but also, unlike many other budget lines, represent a commercial, tourism and growth opportunity? Moving on from the detail of the paper to our second heading, just to emphasise again the overall priceless value of the facility which is under threat and its place within its wider setting. From what I've already said, I hope it's clear that Keneal isn't just a place of local Bowness interest, but of regional, national and world significance too. Our history, our collective history, for all of us in this room, our council museum collections, not just the one at Keneal, the displays in those museums, as well as the historic parks that are all around us and stretches of the World Heritage Site, belong to everyone through the stewardship of public bodies and local authorities. And as such, they need revenue support and professional management. Why should voluntary groups, who are a very small and oppressed minority of amateurs, be asked to take on unfunded management and go round bidding for random sources of overscribed, non-local external funds?
Mr. Shearer, you've got a minute left.
No one expects volunteers to manage visitor operations at Muiravenside, the Helix and Calendar House, or at Blackness Castle, Linlithgow Palace, or a host of other publicly owned sites of similar scale. Why is it Keneal and Bowness where this is claimed to be the only solution? Public support also supports local jobs and tourism visits to our doorstep from interested people from all over Britain and the world, with tourism one of the area's few growth stories. So to wind up, convener, I just want to paint a rough picture of the vast potential of this place and what the right constructive solutions are. Keneal is the nearest thing you're likely to find to a history theme park anywhere in Scotland. Not my words, but those of the very good Undiscovered Scotland website. In some parts of Britain or in other countries, ownership bodies would be desperate and proud to have an asset with that description and would understand it, of course, needs care and investment to maximise its potential. Where is the vision for that potential? Only just over a year ago, the council led a celebration of its centenary as a public heritage asset and invited no less a person than the King to mark the centenary and see very quickly all these dimensions. It was one of His Majesty's first ever local visits in Scotland as monarch. How can the council honestly now be publicly putting out a closure proposal? Why not instead consider celebrating the upcoming 50th anniversary of the museum? and support Councillor Bundy's very sensible amendment, which completely rejects the soul-destroying proposal on the table. Thank you, convener and councillors, for listening. I'm sorry if I've gone slightly over, but we are very happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shearer. This is an opportunity for elected members to ask the delegation any questions. I never knew who was first, whether it was Councillor Spears or Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I knew I had to become first once. To quote that well-known Scottish historian Mel Gibson, part of our job, we're here to put bums on seats. We're here to attract tourism. We're here to keep things viable. We all know that Falkirk Council area relies heavily on tourism. I couldn't even tell you who's in charge of tourism at present for Falkirk Council. We fought a fight a long time ago to save this particular museum, mainly by Bowness Community Council and the Friends of Kinneil. We saved it then. We went on to get World Heritage status for the Antonine Wall project, which I was very proud to sign.
Councillor Spears.
The question that I'm asking.
Thank you.
And I'm not asking anybody in the council, I'm asking the gentleman who was very eloquent. Do you think Falkirk needs this to improve its tourism? I've already made up my mind.
Thank you for the question. Well, yes, it could, by making more of all the assets it has, and by spreading around some of the benefits of tourism and the benefits of some of those marvellous assets. We were involved in some discussions about the tourism strategy. Tourism has grown. I don't have the latest figures, so I don't know if it's still growing. But clearly there are some unique world-class stories in this area. Just to give one example, at Kinneil, the story of James Watt, probably one of the best known Scottish people ever, whose name is synonymous with power and invention and innovation. In some countries, there would be a visitor centre purely on that story to tell everyone the story of invention and innovation and science and technology. And it also has links to the modern story of climate change, by the way, some people say. So I think, yes, there's more that could be done, but all of these things, to get growth, you need to make the investment first.
Thank you very much. Councillor Spears, any? No.
Second question, do you have any ideas of your own how we could increase the use of the museum?
Yes, we do. The dialogue with Historic Scotland is very important, because Historic Scotland have been increasing their activity at Kinneil House, and it's been shown, they will have the figures to show, that when the house is open, there are more people coming to the museum. The other thing is events at Kinneil, when there's an extra bit of fun, an extra activity in the park. It could be a nature activity, it could be the scouts, it could be cyclists, it could be walkers, it could be any number of these things. Laying on those kinds of things, which can be done at a relatively low cost, will inevitably bring more people to discover this astonishing place. Recently there was an orienteering event, and people come from all over Scotland to come to these things, and our experience of visitors arriving at Kinneil is they say, wow, they never knew the place was there. They can't understand why it's under-promoted, and they all say so much more could be done with this astonishing place.
Could I just add to that, when events are on, which are very, very few, the Friends always have something on in the museum for children. And the last one was Big Roman Day, and we had over 60 children doing printing plaques and things, and their parents. And we can't do any of these things without the museum. And we can't also run the events that we're trying to do. We have a great programme for children, for schools that we're offering, and we can't do that without the museum because it's an integral part. So definitely, if there's more investment, more events, the numbers will definitely go up. And I know that because I've been with the children at some of these events, and it's great fun, and they come from all over, not just Bo'ness. In fact, sometimes they say, oh, they live in Bo'ness and they've never been there, and we've got people coming from Edinburgh and all over. So that's my little answer to your question.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Thanks, Bailey Kerr, and thanks to Ian and Eileen. You sent every councillor an email just a couple of days ago, and in that it stated what you were asking for, and it says, we're making this urgent plea to all councillors to please lodge and agree a suitable amendment to move the Kinneil Visitor Centre into phase 4, along with some of the other properties that are getting deferred into that phase. So not preempting anything what can happen in this meeting, but I'm assuming you will be relatively happy if that is the case.
What we were trying to do by that email was to make sure that at least the axe hanging over Kinneil was deferred to allow strategic discussions to take place with Historic Scotland, which is what they had been waiting for anyway to start. And also we tried to focus on what we thought might be achievable as a unanimous view, but nonetheless that option still kind of keeps the axe in the background, and we little expected that another amendment would come forward, which is, I would argue, even better, because once and for all, it gives the opportunity for the council to say that heritage and tourism and the visitor economy are so important, and in many ways it looks a better option.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. You mentioned that you think that there's the potential to deliver 12,000 to 18,000 visitors per year. What figure do you think is on the current number of visitors per year, and how do you think you would get to that 12 to 18,000 figure?
Thank you for the question. The current visitor numbers, as I said in the statement, haven't been shared in the document, and nor has any analysis been done of when those visitors are coming and why they're coming and so forth. You'll all remember that there was also a 2015 master plan. The reason for doing a master plan review is that there is an existing master plan which is about to expire, and that was adopted by this council in 2015, and it tried to aim for creating a strategic tourist visitor attraction at Kinneil, and it looked at Kinneil House and Kinneil Museum. It was an independent, paid feasibility study done by Falkirk Community Trust, and it was commissioned and it was incorporated within the council's 2015 master plan. The figures that it comes up with were for a relatively achievable option of integrating the museum more with the house, and having a combined wrapper, if you like, around the house and the museum, and doing one or two things. It's all in that feasibility study, not our ideas. It was an independent tourism consultancy, and they suggested that those sort of figures would be achievable. And as I say, that was before tourism in the area really rocketed. So we think much higher numbers are potentially achievable by the right master plan, but that all depends on the new master plan. And also, as I suggested, if you were to work more with the railway, there are tens and thousands of people going up and down right through the estate. And if you were somehow able to tap into those, then you could get even higher numbers, we believe.
Okay, thank you. Just one other question. In terms of the amendment that you are asking us to support in Councillor Bundy's amendment, It leaves it very open-ended. It's basically just saying Falkirk should keep this open. What would you see as being the end result of that? Keeping it open and simply letting things continue as they are is obviously not an option. You're talking about the master plan and the importance of that being part of it. But what's your vision for where it would go?
What I'm thinking is that option sends out the clearest public message to the outside world about what value we place on these assets and on tourism generally. What I think then should happen once, if that were to be agreed, is that the master plan review that was intended should begin urgently, and that the right partners round the table, particularly the Council and Historic Scotland, should set out the longer strategy and the longer solution, which we think is achievable. I mean, the whole idea of a master plan is you develop the plan and then you apply for external funding, whether that be the lottery, whether it be UK government shared prosperity money, whether it be the Scottish Government's new Culture and Heritage Fund or whatever. Once you've got the plan, you then do the bid for the money. And that needs to be led, because of all the heritage designations, World Heritage, A-listed buildings, whatever, it has to be involving Historic Scotland, and they are in any case interested, I believe, although I shouldn't speak for them. They need to speak for themselves. They're not here, unfortunately, but they are due to be having much more senior meetings, I believe, with the council, and they have been trying to increase their activity at Kinneil. Particularly in 2023, the centenary year, the house became open much more often, and if it were open instead of 1 day a week, if it were open 4 days a week or 5 days a week or 7 days a week, which is what they do at numerous other sites around Scotland, why does Kinneil not get that level of opening?
Okay, thank you, convener.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr, and thank you for the deputation. My question was regarding what would the impact be on the wider Kinneil estate if there was this derelict building as you entered the estate? What would the impact be on the overall impression of the estate, on locals and on tourism?
Well, clearly that would make the place look run down. It would make it look as if these assets aren't valued. It is at the moment the central hub, the visitor hub, the reception point, the orientation point, the water source, the toilets, etc. All of that would go, and it would send out a message that we don't want people to visit these places. We want people to visit the places that are still open, which are primarily, let's face it, in this area going to be either in Falkirk or possibly Blackness Castle. It seems to send out totally the wrong message for visitors arriving. It's also a point that many people pass on the John Muir Way or the relatively new Round the Forth cycling route. And for them to just see an unused building, I mean, that's assuming there is no cat, obviously. But I think that would be a disaster and a great shame. But
and can I also say, from the education point of view, that the plans that we have and the offerings we're giving and what we've done with them, that won't be able to take place if we don't have the museum. Absolutely no way, because it's an integral part of what we do, and there would be no space for us to do that. And that would be a great pity, because we've had great success. And I don't know if anyone did see the wonderful little video of the children last year, especially, and it's been done again this year, with two of the schools putting on drama put on drama things, and the joy that they got out of it and the knowledge that they got out of it was wonderful, and none of that can happen. And we have worked very hard with the schools and with Historic Scotland, but it won't be possible, and that would be a great pity as well.
Thank you. Just one more question. In your deputation, Ian, you mentioned that the museum is a Grade B listed building within a group of A listed buildings, and that obviously brings constraints on what can be done with the building. What impact do you think that would have on a community group trying to take over that building and run that building and maintain that building compared to other properties within the SPR?
Well, as I think we said in our email to you all, we have repeatedly said to the council that the Friends of Kinneil certainly don't have the capacity or the aspiration to take on something like that. Anybody who's got family involved in museums or heritage will know that it is a professional skill to run these buildings correctly, to know and understand all the planning constraints, and to deliver a professional offer to visitors. And there is a price that comes with that, of course there is, but we're in danger of throwing away decades of good public service provision on these kinds of things.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, and that was actually going to be one of my questions, just to clarify that it seems very clear that Friends of Kinneil have said that there is no prospect of putting in an expression of interest before at any point, but specifically before the deadline for Phase 3 properties in the SPR in March. So just to clarify that is the case and that we've picked that up correctly.
I'd like to answer that. We are a committee of 8. 4 of the committee have full-time jobs. I sometimes use the age card. I'm 82. I'm not going to go on forever. We do the very best we can, but there is absolutely no way we either have the time or the expertise to do this. So that's your answer.
Yep. I'm grateful for that, although I think I have real struggles to believe that you are in fact 82, and that just brings all the rest of your deputation evidence into question in my view. However, it was a very good deputation and I'm grateful for that information. I suppose one of the things I do want to ask, and this is quite challenging to ask, and I hope you realise the reason I'm kind of asking it, is the email that you sent to all councillors was asking for the museum to be moved into Phase 4, and indeed I think that's a potential option today, and that's in Phase 4 of the SPR. And as you've mentioned, Councillor Bundy's got a slightly different proposal, which I can see the merits of. However, as part of the SPR process, I suppose it's important to ask whether you understand that the difficult decision that elected members have got to make with respect to a really valuable, and I agree with every point that you have made in terms of the value of Kinneil, but that if there are other properties in the SPR, whether they're museums or not, the decisions that we have are also reflecting the extremely important value of those properties too, and the importance of fairness for all our communities and how we treat all the properties, because as valuable as your property is, and it is absolutely a jewel in the crown and worth saving, many of the other properties in the SPR provide extremely valuable services that are critical for our citizens. So I suppose I want to ask you if you understand the context of why it's not as straightforward maybe as kind of just taking a decision to commit revenue spend on that.
Thank you. As I say, we have tried our best to follow the SPR all the way through, right back from the beginning. Interestingly, in the first version of the SPR, I think about 2021, Kinneil was in the category of transformation, if you remember those phrases, instead of phases and so on. So it had the highest category, and since then has, shall we say, been given a slightly lesser grade or priority than that. I think the key point when we've looked at every single version of the SPR, every decision you've adopted has always been linked to a parks review and a master plan review. That's why our understanding all the way through this is that it was in some ways in its own unique category of being within this 200-acre park, but also having all this surrounding heritage going on around it, and therefore you couldn't put the cart before the horse. You've got to do this review of the overall plan for all these interrelated assets. You've got the wall garden, you've got the house, you've got the Antonine Wall, all these other things that are on the place. And our understanding was always that that must be done first. And there may be a plan, just as there was in 2015, which has a potential very large funding opportunity attached to it. And that is the difference from many of the other properties that we're thinking about.
Okay. I mean, it's useful. I suppose we can probably maybe pick that up with officers in terms of the phases, because that is not the information that we have in our report. But I totally respect that that's your understanding of information. That's important for us to know. I suppose I would just. You've made a very good case for your property. I understand why you've made it, and you shouldn't be concerned with making a case for the other properties. However, I don't know whether you're able to clarify that if we make additional revenue spend, there's an understanding that is a juxtaposed for elected members against potential, other things we need to do in our budget gap, like putting the council tax up by whatever it is we need to put it up, and making savings that are critical things for our communities too, and that we are balancing the criticality of your the case that you're making against some things which are the cases that we'll have to make in our revenue budget. That you accept that is not, so it's not maybe just as straightforward as saving one property but not being consistent with other properties.
Thank you. I think those are the decisions that politicians have to take. That is what politicians do. They decide overall resource allocation, and we think there's a very, very strong case, particularly the issue I raised about growth in the economy and where is that going to come from?
Okay, my final question would be, if the property was taken completely out of the SPR, or indeed given a sort of another annual stay of execution, do you think that would be a positive step in terms of getting action from Historic Scotland, or does the message that we are going to save this property no matter what, and committed to that and funding that, mean that there'll be less impetus for other partners to come around the table to have those sorts of discussions?
I can't speak for them, but from where we are sitting, and we have regular contacts with Historic Scotland because we have to work with them on the opening season at Kinneil. From where we are sitting, our understanding was that they were absolutely waiting and keen to kick off the master planning discussion, which was supposed to start in September, and there's been no discussion yet about that, and they are interested in having that discussion. So. That's all we can really say, trying to speak for them. They need to speak for themselves.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Convener. Can I first of all thank to delegates for their deputation. It's been very illuminating, a lot of good detail in it, so thank you. Very interesting to hear Mr. Shearer in particular talk about, as much as he's one of the friends of Kinneil, it's very interesting to hear him talk about assets, So I was very pleased to hear the tone of his submission, where he's not totally focused on the museum aspect. As Councillor Murtagh has alluded to, we have a difficult questions to answer regarding our budget and decisions that we may be forced to make to close things down. again, listening to Mr. Shearer, he's proposing that the development of a master plan should be undertaken as quickly as possible. So my question, the direct question to Mr. Shearer is, if we were to take this to stage 4 within the SPR, would that give sufficient time to develop further plans, would you feel, Mr. Shearer? I may be putting you on the spot. If you can't answer.
Thank you for the question. To be clear, we're not proposing a master plan. That is the council's position that the existing master plan from 2015, which incidentally hasn't been delivered in some of its key priorities, has to be reviewed. And this was also done for Callander Estate and Muiravinside Country Park. They were actually prioritised ahead of Kinneil Estate, which we thought was wrong, and we said so at the time 2 years ago. So that master planning exercise was due to start, and what we all thought was the next step. I don't know, I think officers should probably answer how long an exercise like that takes. At Kinneil, it's even more complicated because of all these other dimensions. And of course, if there's then a funding strategy after that, that can take months, if not years. And the example that Bowness citizens look at with great envy was the Zetland Park project, which was a lot of involvement from the council in guiding that and putting money into that as well, but then achieving a multi-million-pound project. So some of these things can take, and we think that to bind Historic Scotland into that commitment, they will need to see that the council really are committed to this place. And we just think that some of the other options are sending out completely the wrong signals to them and the outside world.
Thank you for your answer, and my apologies for doubting that you would be able to answer it. You answered it far better than I would ever have hoped. You brought to my mind anyway that we as a council, we need to be looking to develop this master plan. We need to be reviewing this master plan, particularly with the issues at Kinneil. As you say, the museum is only one of a listed building within a number of listed buildings, and it seems to be it's a larger asset that we should be maximising. Again, to pick up on Councillor Spear's point about this being, we need to be encouraging tourism. This looks like a principal site where we should be thinking about rather than closing the museum down. I don't want to get into the specifics.
Councillor McKay, was there a question at the end of this?
Just picking up on Mr. Shearer's response.
You'll have plenty of time to debate it after the...
I do apologise, you're quite right. I'll end now. All I would say is that if this was Stirling Castle, we wouldn't be asking Stirling Castle, the people, the residents of Stirling, to take over, look after Stirling Castle. So we should be thinking about that. But I'll pick up the debate later. Apologies, convener.
Thank you. We did go over a big bit of time, but I understand that a lot of people had questions for the deputation. Councillor Colley, I'll allow you the last question.
Okay, I'll be really quick, and I apologise if you've already said this, because it's a bit kind of muffled down here. I'm struggling a little bit to hear. I suppose the question is, and you'd raised about the access to cash, like the big lottery and things like that, which obviously the council's not able to apply for. And I just wondered about sort of opportunities and conversations that you've had, particularly regarding the museum, but also in terms of that wider the wider infrastructure within the area, in terms of the working with other organisations as part of that, particularly volunteer-led organisations, because you mentioned Zetland Park, and I know Zetland Park has really been driven by volunteers and community groups who've really been part of that. So I just wondered that just about the sort of discussions and conversations with other groups in the area.
I think there haven't been, obviously we're aware of some of the other groups and occasionally we bump into them at networking things and so on, but no, there's not been a conversation with them about CNEAL because they're not involved at CNEAL particularly. On the question of external funding, obviously you're right, the lottery has its own unique criteria, but there are other funds. Most recently, the council did spend £150,000 of UK money at CNEAL on new parking spaces for visitors, ironically, and also on trees and bulbs. This at the same time that the museum was potentially under threat. So there's UK pots of money that are potentially out there that are available to local authorities, growth funds and shared prosperity funds and so forth. But also the really interesting new one is the Scottish Government's new Culture and Heritage Fund. And we are very grateful to Michelle Thompson, MSP, because as I think was in the email that we sent to you, she's been asking some questions in Parliament about what that fund is designed for, and it may be that it could be very relevant and available to local authorities.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions. You can go back to your seat.
I just want to say thank you very much again for giving us this opportunity, and it's been a pleasure to bring to you our passion for CNEAL and our hopes for the future. So thank you all for listening.
Thank you. So I'm in your hands, colleagues, if you want a recess to discuss the amendments and to discuss what you've already heard from the deputation and the answers you got from your questions. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. I think a recess would be helpful, but I just wondered if it might be helpful to have questions to officers before we maybe go into a break. I'm happy to be in the hands, but I just think there might be some questions to officers first.
I was just going to say that I think that's probably a good idea to split up the questions. Some of the things that have been said by the deputation give rise to questions of officers, so I think it might be useful to package it together.
If that's consensus of the council, that's who. Councillor Murtagh.
I'd be inclined to agree that there's value in asking some questions. Sorry, echo again. However, I'd be keen to ensure that it might be that there are questions which arise after groups have had recesses, etc., and whether we would still have the opportunity if we could ask questions when we come back rather than going straight to debate if that was necessary.
I would think that's something we could continue with. If there's relevant questions come out, what the officers have says it, and we have the recess and we come back in, we'll have a time scale on questions before we go into debate.
That's helpful. I just wouldn't want to lose the opportunity to ask questions if we needed to do it afterwards and not now. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Spears.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Councillor Murtagh. The questions would probably be better after the recess. We've already read the report. I think that's me. I try to switch off, but it doesn't switch off.
We'll have questions before and after, Councillor Spears.
Well, I prefer after, but okay.
Technology. Okay, open up to questions for officers. Councillor McCabe.
Just following on from Mr. Shearer's observation, the master plan hasn't been updated or reviewed. Can I ask the Is that the genuine position? Have we reviewed the master plan? Are we considering reviewing the master plan?
Can I just bring you in, Michael, please?
Yes, thank you. Thanks very much to you, Bailey. Yes, indeed, Councillor, we are progressing within the next couple of weeks, starting the process for development of the master plan for Kinneil Estate. Officers will be involved in that and engaging with the community throughout. Our intention is to complete that over the spring and summer period and come back to executive in October or November at the latest with a developed master plan for your approval.
Thank you, Michael. Just a wee follow-up question to that. I mean, that's the development of the master plan for Kinneil. Do we have a development for a master plan, if you like, you know, for a whole tourism industry? I'm just curious.
I don't know if that's relevant to the specific SPR. But that would be Michael if you've can answer.
Yeah, so last June we presented a tourism strategy to the members for consideration. So we have an approved strategy for the wider tourism sector.
Okay, thanks very much, Convener. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it.
Councillor Ritchie.
Okay, Michael, why wasn't the master plan started in September when the Friends of Kinneil had actually been told it was going to be then? Also, to me, the master plan being about Kinneil, why wasn't this done before the museum came forward for closure? Sorry, I've actually lost my voice and everything over the last 2 weeks, so you'll maybe not hear me correct, but that's the best I can do.
Michael?
Yep, through you, Convener. Thanks for the question, Councillor Ritchie. So the master planning work is, as you can imagine, it's quite an intensive piece of work and takes up considerable officer resource time. We had a series of planned strategies for a number of our strategic parks, and last year our priority was for Calendar Park. So it's purely about capacity of staff to engage with our communities to make sure we do a comprehensive review of the parks and bring forward those strategies. So it was a delay due to the priority of Calendar Park being on the stocks, so to speak. And the plan was always then to bring forward Kinneil during this year, bring through that master plan for the wider Kinneil Park estate. In terms of your question regarding SPR and the decision on this was very much about, as you can imagine, a number, 120 number of properties that were considered widely, you know, a number of years ago now, 2 to 3 years ago. I think it was early 2022 before members were making these decisions about the SPR. So the current position we had was that facility was a significant burden to the council, as we've outlined with a number of our SPR properties. The actual usage of that museum, the numbers, and just for members' benefit, there's approximately 3,000 visitors come to Kinneil Park through the museum. There's approximately 700 people who enter into the drawing room of Kinneil House through Historic Environment Scotland. So in terms of the priority for tourism across the whole of Falkirk Council area, it is not one of our biggest priorities, let's be clear, and is a smaller consideration comparison to 850,000 people who go to the Kelpies, 500,000 people who go to the Wheel, etc., etc. So we have a number of really key and significant tourism attractions we need to support and develop, and we'll continue to do so. In the scheme of things, the museum house itself is small relatively to other opportunities we believe were more important.
Right, thanks for that, Michael. I understand what you're saying about other areas getting more visitors and whatever, but the money that Falkirk Council are actually doing to promote the other locations including the Kelpies, Calendar House, etc. And the money that you are actually putting in to Keneal Estate, which is next to nil. I think that's part of the problem as well, and that's what needs looked at. Money's getting thrown at the Kelpies, and it's still making a loss. So, again, I keep saying, it's not just all about Falkirk, it's all about the outlying areas as well. Thank you.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. Two or three questions just to clarify. First of all, can officers confirm that Keneal is only open one day a week at the moment?
Mr McGuinness.
Yep, thank you. Through you, Convener. The facility is open 6 days a week from 12:30 to 4 p.m. So 21 hours per week is the current operations of the museum at Keneal.
Thank you. And can I clarify, you said there were 3,000 visitors, is that to the museum?
That is correct.
Thank you. Now, also from officers, if I could ask, following on from the first report on the strategic property review and comments that had been made by councillors, town halls and certain other things were taken out of the strategic property review. In addition to that, some things were never in, like Calendar House. Could you clarify the rationale for things being in the SPR and out of the SPR?
Yes, going back to Convener through yourself, going back to December 2022, we set out the approach that we adopted, which was identifying buildings as core and non-core. Calendar House and accommodating the visitor attraction that was there, as well as our heritage and culture offering that was there, was considered to be core. And therefore that was the distinguishment. The museum building at Keneal was considered to be non-core due to the fact that it was a museum primarily and not the accommodation for our heritage and culture offerings in terms of artefacts and items like that.
Okay, thank you. And just one final question. And Councillor Ritchie made reference to throwing money at the Helix. I'm not sure that I would characterise it in the same way, but I think it would be useful if it was possible for us to get the figures. How much, to what extent does Falkirk Council fund the Helix, Calendar House and some of the other tourist attractions?
Those figures can be made available to elected members.
Is it possible to give us an idea here?
Unfortunately, Convener, I wouldn't have those figures with me at present. I'm not sure if Michael would have them either.
How
Thank you.
easy or how hard would it be to get those figures? Michael, how easy or hard?
Yeah, not difficult at all. So, for example, off the top of my head, I do know that for the wider Helix Park, which is the whole park, not just the Kelpies, the council spends about £1.5 million a year, and we generate income of about £1.2 million of that kind of order. So it's that kind of scale. But clearly that's a 5-star attraction for the whole of the area, particularly the east of Scotland, let alone Falkirk. So it's such a significant part, and we do spend a significant part of our budget on that facility. Calendar House, I don't have that figure to hand, but I can get it quite readily.
Maybe if you can get that after recess and questions, you maybe a chance to get that for Councillor Hannah, if possible, Michael.
I'll try.
Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. Councillor Hannah asked about the opening hours. I just want to seek clarification. The museum is open 6 days a week, but the house is open once a week. Is that correct?
Ms McGuinness?
Yeah, the house is only open. Obviously, the house is controlled and managed by Historical Environment Scotland. So HES provide opportunities for visitors over the summer period. So it's very much a specific window during the summer where the house is made available to those who wish to purchase a ticket to enter the house and view the drawing room within the building.
Thank you, Michael. I think that provides clarity of the situation at Kinneil regarding opening hours. It was in the deputation by Mr. Shearer, it was mentioned that the Kinneil Museum is a B-listed building and the house is it's part of a A-listed building group. Other properties in the SPR I don't think are listed. Could I get clarification if there are any other listed buildings in the SPR? And what challenges do officers see community groups having taking over a building that's listed compared to buildings which are not?
Convener, I would need to check in terms of the categorisation of buildings within the SPR to be sure that there wasn't any A, B or indeed C listed buildings or even within heritage areas. The issue with all buildings of that nature is that they are generally more expensive to maintain, which is always a challenge for community groups. They need specialist advisors in terms of those works that have been undertaken. So that does represent a challenge to groups. But that doesn't mean to say that there isn't groups who currently run facilities and operations from within listed buildings across the country. There's a number of volunteer groups that do run museums in other parts of the country.
Thank you for that answer, Paul. It was mentioned by Michael that the Kinneil Estate Master Plan is about to be started. Will the museum be included within that?
Michael?
You can be all aspects, all buildings and all assets contained within the wider strategic park at Kinneil will be considered, yes.
And thank you for that, Michael. And with the threat of closure, would there be a backup plan of a derelict building in the middle of the estate within the master plan?
Don't want to preempt what the community, through community engagement, what the master plan will determine, but clearly there could be many options for consideration of that particular building. The building sits amongst a number of other dwellings, domestic dwellings, and it's not inconceivable that that building could be sold off and create a capital receipt for the council for somebody's house. So that is one option, not inconceivable, certainly not, but there are many other options, but certainly not demolition would be a last resort clearly, and it's listed, so that's unlikely in any case. So yeah, I think we need to make sure we go through the consultation exercise to determine what is the right and proper usage of that building going forward.
Thank
Councillor
you for
Mundy,
that.
I'll let Mr. Kettrick come in on that point before you go into.
Thank you, Convener. It's just to say that as a B-listed building within a heritage park, as we all recognise, there'd be no suggestion that this building would be left to become derelict. I would like to add that at that point there. It would, if the building was closed, then be subject to the council's surplus property procedures, and then that would open up the discussion as to whether or not it was available for lease, for sale, but ultimately it would still be available for community asset transfer up until the point that it left the ownership of the council, if that was what the decision was at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Kettrick. Continue, Councillor Bundy.
Thank you for the answer, Michael, and for the clarification. Paul, in terms of the Historic Environment Scotland and their potential interest in the museum because of their interest in the house, do officers have the latest of what was the latest updates regarding conversations with Historic Environment Scotland, and are these talks going to intensify as was implied by the deputation?
Mr. Benny.
Through you, convener, we've had engagement with Heritage Environment Scotland, and they are currently reviewing their estate on a national scale and are keen to engage with regard to Kinneil, and we're really keen and happy to get involved with that as well. So I've asked Michael to set up a meeting as soon as possible and to progress that.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
Final question following that. If Kinneil was taken out the SPR, those conversations would continue with Historic Environment Scotland?
Through you, convener, they would, but I would emphasise that the approach that the SPR has taken and taken successfully today is that the threat of closure has often brought parties to the table for meaningful discussions and been successfully shown to work with regards to the ski centre, and we're making really good progress with the Grangemouth Stadium. So I would have concerns about the Kinneil Museum being taken out of the SPR and moved into an unspecified zone where it's not clear what the council's intention with the building is. Whereas at the moment, I think there is a clear direction, both from the report and from the amendments that have been put forward, in so much as it gives necessary time for officers to engage with all interested parties in the future of the Kinneil Museum, but with the stated intention that if no one comes forward by the end of this financial year, that a closure takes place.
Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you. Gosh, I'm preemptive but be agreeing with Mr. Benny there. Sorry, the echo is really quite difficult to ignore. Can we have the other microphones off, please? Thank you. So there's a number of questions here, and I know we've so far only asked questions on Kinneil, and I'm just a little bit concerned about that because this is an SPR paper about the whole SPR with some incredibly important properties on it, and I will have some questions on that, but since we're starting with Kinneil, this disparity about the master planning process, I wonder if perhaps Michael could clarify. What seemed to be from the deputation is that there was a surprise from the community, and Historic Environment Scotland aren't here to, confirm from their point of view, but there's a surprise that the master planning process is kind of after, if you like, the decision on like the phase 3 of the SPR, and that there was an expectation from the community that the master plan would be would effectively decide the approach about whether to keep the museum open, if you like. But could officers clarify that the position, which seems to have been clear in the papers all the way through and every point for our decision making, is that actually deciding the future of the museum was key to feeding into how the master planning process would be looked at, and that almost, I'm just trying to get what is the actual position that the council understand it, because there's a disparity between the two from what I can see.
Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, convener. As outlined going back as far as 2022, the recommendation for Kinneil Museum has been to close. That was part of the original in principle decision of the SPR that was reiterated in March 2023, where it was a phase 2 property. In recognising that there was the need for the master plan, this chamber agreed and elected members agreed back in January 24 to move it into phase 3 to align with timescales for that master planning exercise. Any master planning exercise needs to be based on what is going to be there and how it will be operated. The intention was always to seek that there would be a community partner, an alternative delivery model, or improved financial performance would occur to feed into that master plan process. And we do recognise that there perhaps has been miscommunication or not real clarity around that, but the recommendation of the SPR has always been, including in the scorecards, the building will close, but it's to align with the master plan. So there is a recognition of that. So as Councillor Murtaugh's pointed out, there is that process there, and it has been clear, we feel, within the reports that the building would close.
Okay.
Thank you.
Through you, convener, again, would you accept? I think you are accepting that there has been a misunderstanding, though, that from. I mean, that was my understanding, but then, you know, not everybody loves to read volumes and volumes and volumes and volumes of papers on this particular topic. But that's what you're saying, is that your understanding was that, you know, the master plan would come after the decision, after it was clear what the future museum would be. But would you accept that the community thought the other way around? And that seems to be what's coming out today.
Mr. Binney.
Thank you, convener. I think I'm really clear in that whenever members of the community come forward and say they aren't clear, then it's our job to listen to that. So I think we could spend a lot of time over the next 15, 20 minutes talking about what happened when and what sequence was when and what someone thought and what they didn't think. The bottom line is the community are coming forward and telling us that they didn't quite understand the process, and we haven't properly articulated that process. And I'm very comfortable to say that in front of council. And that's why both the report as it stands, but also the amendments to extend that, give us the time as officers to make sure that we completely exhaust every single opportunity for engagement over the future of the Kinneil Museum. So very happy to see council make a decision today that delays the decision on Kinneil Museum to give us that time. But as I've stated previously, my preference is to leave it with those stated closure dates of the end of this financial year. And I believe the discussions that we'll have with HES and all other partners will give elected members the reassurance, and also the community the full reassurance, that they have been properly understood the process that we're going to go through.
Okay. So under the SPR, there are three options. If this, let's just take that it has been decided that it is in the SPR at this moment, and that's where it sits, and that's the paper we've got before us. So under the SPR, is it correct then that the three options, if there's a community asset transfer which requires an expression of interest, an alternative delivery model which either does or doesn't involve partners in the community, but an alternative delivery model, or an internal improved financial performance, and that the council, can you confirm that the council have already ruled out internal financial performance, and we've heard that certainly the stakeholders that we know, the Friends of Kinneil, and the most obvious, that they have ruled out a community asset transfer application. So that leaves only one option of the alternative delivery model. Is that correct, if it stays in the SPR?
Convener, in terms of the improved financial performance model, as we've outlined in the report, the council and officers do not believe that we can bring it to a revenue neutral position without a substantial change to the operating model, and that may involve that alternative delivery model with partners and involve the community. At present time, there is no expressions of interest from the community or any community groups to take on the property. So therefore, the answer to that is there is no opportunity at present for an asset transfer. However, as we have seen with the SPR, as we get closer to closing dates or closure dates, we do generally receive expressions of interest to then progress with CAP proposals, and some of those have actually come forward pretty quickly and then actually been before members, as you'll be aware, to be subject to approval, and that has been an approach that has worked. So whilst we can't say at the moment there is any interest, that may change as we get further on through the master plan and through any closure date.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Ketrick.
So to follow up on that, as we know, it is a property within the SPR, and the deadline is the 31st of March. Now, for all other properties in the SPR, other than the Cairn Gymnastics Centre, that are staying in phase 3 and could have a CAT transfer model, such as, for example, Slomanan Community Education Centre, if they don't have an expression of interest in then they'll close on the 1st of April with no opportunity. There's no other motions to reprieve any of those properties that are going to close, are there?
Convener, that is the standard approach of the SPR. If there is no expression of interest by the 31st of March in each calendar year, then the properties close. If there is an expression of interest, a 6-month extension is generally given to enable groups to bring forward their full CAT applications in their business plan. Recognising the link to the wider master plan for Kinneil, as we've outlined in the report, our cultural services team have agreed that they would keep the property open until the 30th of September, which would align with those same timescales of the SPR generally, even although there is currently an absence of an expression of interest, because that will provide the opportunity and the base for to undertake those community consultations, because it will be the council building within the estate that those consultations can take place from. So hence why this one is it's not been treated differently, but there is a different approach on this one in terms of that extension.
Thanks, Mr.
Okay. So since so you've confirmed that Kinneil, as we know from the report, will be open until through the summer due to visitor numbers and the master plan process, etc. So if the decision was deferred to June, the June full council, all the other options, whether to move it to phase 4 or to take it out of the SPR altogether, would still be possible in June with no impact on the closing date, etc., etc. And all those options would still be able to be explored, yes?
The short answer, Convener, is yes. There will always be an option, as we've highlighted, for community asset transfer, alternative delivery model, certainly until an asset leaves the council's ownership.
And perhaps to follow up with Mr. Benny, maybe this is a question for Malcolm. In your professional opinion, given what you've said, do you think that if we move the date at which we are closing further away, so to next March, April, or if we're still in a situation where we haven't made a decision, then if we move it further away, will it be less likely that there's impetus to actually get round the table and for other stakeholders in an alternative delivery model to come together with urgency to actually resolve this situation?
Through you, Convener, that is my view, that the closure brings people around the table and makes something happen. And without that, I think we will lose the momentum. I also think it disrupts the decision-making process of council that we've, been successful, in my view, through the SPR of having an annual rotation to it, that things actually happen. And as soon as we start to defer, I think we lose that approach and that momentum.
Okay. A final question on Kinneil then is that there are, if officers can confirm that there are revenue consequences beyond but it's the properties and the amendments are being proposed that they are staying open until September or August, September, and there are additional revenue consequences to moving the properties to phase 4, but there are no revenue consequences to deferring the decision to June when all the options would still be on the table, as I understand it.
Convener, there is no revenue consequences by a deferment to June. However, we don't think that would give us enough time to complete that master planning work and engagement with the communities.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but it would give potentially, if I would ask officers if it would give more opportunity, as Mr. Benny has said, to make progress on that, and those options would still be possible on the table, if that's correct. Yeah. I'm not sure I'm just coming back on that. Can I move on to ask questions about the other properties, if that's possible, or I can come back if it's easier for everybody to ask on Kinneil at the same time?
Can you come back, Councillor Murtagh, so we get everybody's questions on this first, please? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Convener, and I'll keep my questions relatively short and hopefully get shortish answers as well. It was my understanding that the UNESCO World Heritage Site was the Antonine Wall. Can an officer answer that for me, please?
Ms. McGuinness.
Yes, indeed. The Antonine Wall, which stretches from Clydebank all the way across the central belt of Scotland and finishes at Kinneil Estate. In fact, just beyond that is the UNESCO World Heritage Site, the wall itself. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And as Councillor Martin alluded to, this is not just about Kinneil here, so if can I touch on another couple of points, okay, ask a couple of questions on other aspects of it?
Can I do the same as what I've done to Councillor Murcan?
Just now. Okay.
Can I get through the Kinneil questions first? And if we need to go back to the other SPR before we go for a recess, we will.
Okay, we will be going back there.
Yes.
Possibly.
Yes. Okay. Councillor Aitchison.
Thanks, Convener. Councillor Bundy had asked the questions I was going to ask, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Patrick.
Convener, again, been beaten to it. By the time it's come round to my turn, I'm afraid my colleague, esteemed colleague beside me in particular, has basically stolen my questions. So I'm quite satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's called collaboration.
There's no complaints. There's no complaints for the chair regarding that. Councillor Benny.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Really, it was on the back of what Councillor Ritchie said, really, you know, about marketing, and obviously marketing affects all our wonderful attractions in the Falkirk Council area, and we really do want to encourage tourists, internal, from the rest of Scotland and the UK, and also from abroad. And we need to, the key is we need to have equitable exposure to all our attractions, even though we might favour one or two in our own ward. So as marketing is really, really important. So I wonder if services have got a budget for marketing, and what is their priorities? How do they prioritise one attraction over another? Obviously one could be bigger, that's obvious, but we do want to encourage. So you really maybe want to encourage the smaller attractions getting more visitors, actually, to build that up. So I think when we're talking about Kinneil, it actually applies to all the attractions, even maybe the smaller attractions in the Falkirk Council area. So it's about marketing, and do we have budgets for that? How's that priorities? And is that transparent, the budget for each of the attractions in Falkirk Council area? That's my question.
Councillor McGuinness, Mr McGuinness, nearly a promotion there. Well, a demotion.
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Binney. So marketing for tourism assets is a very complex area. We spend a lot of time analysing data. We work very closely with Visit Scotland, the national body, to understand exactly what the behaviours and habits and responses to questionnaires they have for all the visitors across Scotland, whether coming from externally or within our nation. So we analyse this data, we determine where we think the best bang for our buck will be in terms of promotions and marketing. We have a very modest marketing budget. We welcomed the UK Shared Prosperity funding of last year and this year to bolster that budget. So just to be clear, we have a £15,000 marketing budget for tourism. 15,015, so it's not a lot, but we do utilise external funding where we can to support that and bolster the ambitions, and work very closely with the likes of Visit Scotland and other tourism organisations to promote the wide range of attractions across the Falkirk area. We don't have a specific budget per area, a specific budget per attraction per se. We very much promote through the Visit Falkirk site. You will see yourself if you go to that site that a whole range of different assets we promote right across the piece. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you, Mr McGuinness.
Thank you for that, yes.
Councillor Flynn.
Oh, thank you, Convener. Michael's kind of touched on it a wee bit, but the Community Trust, being a charitable organisation, could bid for grants and funding from many, many different sources. They were successful in some and some they weren't, but I just wanted to confirm, because Kinneil and other properties sourcing funding externally is key. Now, which funds or organisations can the council apply to get these fundings or grants from? Like the National Lottery or whatever. Because when the trust moved into the council, I was clearly told, as being a board member, a lot of the original funding streams were excluded, but there were some that were still open. So it'd be really useful, because clearly investment and finance is crucial to both Kinneil, the Kinneil Master Plan, and many others across Falkirk. Thank you.
Michael?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Flynn. As you can imagine, this list is non-exhaustive. Various funds come and go. We particularly pay attention to levelling up funding from UK Government, Scottish Government grants, and UK Share Prosperity Fund, the most recent ones. There are a myriad and a whole rate heritage lottery funding. There's probably hundreds, actually, of different routes you can look to apply for, and each fund will have different eligibility criteria, whether you're able to apply for that. We are constantly looking at the marketplace, so to speak, to determine where's the best place for us to use our funding to leverage in additional external funding. But our main source is from UK and Scottish Government, as you can imagine, but also working with Visit Scotland in this case, working in Support Scotland when it comes to sport and leisure. So there's a range of different organisations. I don't have a specific list that says here's ones that we can apply for, here's ones we cannot. I could probably get one pulled together, but I'm not sure how helpful it will be, to be honest with you.
No, it's okay, Michael. I'm more interested than in the larger scale ones, where you can bid for 100,000, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, like the Kelpies. We got the trust got a huge grant for that. That's more. Do we have a funding person who's purely dedicated or has partial dedication of their week to fundraising, apart from yourself?
Not within my team specifically. Many officers now have multi-task to carry out their duties. So obviously a tourism officer working in the tourism area, they will explore opportunities within the tourism sector where there's opportunities for external funding. In regeneration, my town centre, regeneration economic development officers will be looking at levelling up funding, for example, looking at government grants for town centres. So depending on the nature of their activity with the officers and the area they're responsible for, they will be exploring a whole range of different areas for external funding. So we don't have a specific officer whose task is defined as being external funding officer per se in my area, but maybe other areas of the council may have somebody of that nature, but I don't.
Okay.
Councillor Flynn, I'll just bring in Mr. Benny.
Yes,
he would
please.
Like to comment on that.
Through you, convener. I just want to. There's a sort of narrative within the discussion that we're having here about potential additional capital investment going into the Kinneil estate, and that leading to increased visitor numbers. And I don't disagree with that that sort of vision. What I would say is that will all come with increased revenue costs. And I would point to the Helix, which is a 5-star visitor attraction that we currently subsidised to a significant amount of time. So I don't agree with the premise that if we can source a large amount of significant external funding to invest in lots of new assets at Kinneil, that won't come in itself with revenue costs that we won't be able to cover. It won't break even. I think it's highly... I just want to be really obvious. I'm not aware of hardly any council visitor-run attractions that break even in the whole of Scotland. So whilst there could be additional funding sought, it will come with an additional revenue cost attached to it.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Yep. Oh, thank you, convener. That sort of answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open up the questions for other parts of the SPR. If anybody has got any other questions on any other parts of the SPR. And can I just state it's questions, and can we make the questions as brief as possible? Because there is a debate, you'll have an opportunity after that to do your talking. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, and I will be as brief as possible. My questions. Could officers provide an update in Grangemouth Stadium? And I understand there has been some recent developments.
Mr. Kedrick.
Convener, between the publication of the papers and today, we've received confirmation from the new group working with Scottish Athletics that they're willing to progress with a licence that's likely to commence on the 1st of April. However, there is a range of works that have been identified by them which will require to be undertaken prior to their entry and potentially afterwards. Colleagues have reviewed these and we'll be discussing with the group and Scottish Athletics on how we can progress these with the minimum disruption to the existing users. These will be managed within existing SPR and service resources, and in addition to the works, the engagement is ongoing in terms of the programme of activities and events, staffing issues and other diligence matters that the group require to resolve prior to them taking entry. But both parties are committed to see the new arrangements being in place, and we're hopeful that that will commence in April under a licence agreement in advance of a full CAT application then being received. And the intention is that the report will be brought before Council Executive for a community benefit licence in March, outlining the proposition from the new group.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Thank you. That really does sound like really good news for the community and the facility, and it shows you that the SPR can work. My second question is in Cairn Gymnastics. I understand there has been some developments in that also. Can you update us on these, please?
Convener, despite the efforts over the past 2 years to find a financially sustainable model or a community asset transfer, and indeed as late as the end of November and into December, clubs were confirming that they had no intention of progressing a community ownership or management model. However, again, between the publication of these papers being out with elected members, we have indeed received an expression of interest from one of the clubs. However, as the papers point out today and are being distributed, it's not a formal CAT application. We have received one from the clubs. It doesn't have a huge amount of information in it, and officers will be trying to engage with the club over the coming weeks to find out how we can understand their aspirations better. It is our continued view, though, that the proposals to relocate the programme as outlined in the paper to the Mariner and Larbert provides the best opportunity to secure the future for the gymnastics programme, particularly the council's programme with over 960 participants. But we will be happy to take any direction from elected members, noting that there is a motion in the motions within the papers today for us to consider.
Thanks, Mr. Kettrick.
Thanks, Convener, and thanks to Mr. Kettrick for the information.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Convener. I'll just pick up on that point in relation to Cairn Gymnastics Centre to ask some questions. As Mr. Kettrick was just saying, there's a proposal, as outlined in the paper, the current proposal is that 86% of the current usage of the centre, as in the council's gymnastics programme, would be moved away from the centre, regardless of whether we extend phase 4, etc. Would, I suppose, from my point of view, I think that would make it more difficult to achieve a CAT transfer. Would officers acknowledge that if 86% of the current business that happens in that centre is removed, that will make it perhaps even more challenging to agree to finalise a community asset transfer with any group who may come forward?
Mr. Kettrick.
Convener, there is a recognition that is a risk that could potentially be faced by any community asset transfer coming in. However, our priority is the preservation of the council's sports development programme associated with gymnastics, which does represent the large amount of the users there.
Thank you. Obviously, you've alluded to the proposal that's on the papers today, and that relates to the amendment I put forward. If we deferred the decision on this till June, because I understand the centre and the gymnastics programme is currently propose to continue there until that point. So if we deferred that decision until June, would it then be feasible to then move at that point the gymnastics programme and the equipment associated with that, if that at that point was necessary?
Convener, whilst it would be challenging because it would reduce the timescales and the certainty for us in terms of undertaking any construction works at the Mariner Centre, we do believe that we could certainly undertake it within the period if there was a deferment till June.
Okay, and just to confirm that there is no revenue cost to potentially moving the decision till June and allowing that additional time for discussion with parties about a CAT transfer. But if a successful CAT transfer was, or it looked like it being possible, and the council's offering stayed at the Cairn Gymnastics Centre, then that would actually represent a saving of over £45,000 that wouldn't need to be spent at Camelin and at Larbert High School, additional money from within other service budgets.
Convener, in terms of Councillor Murtaugh's motion, there would be no revenue consequences associated with the deferment until June. However, in terms of a future community asset transfer model, the council wouldn't have certainty on the charges that were being made for us to continue our activities of programmes. So that would be the revenue risk. On the capital risk, whilst Councillor Murtaugh is correct, we could potentially save on the works associated at the Mariner Centre and at Larbert High. There is a risk associated with backlog maintenance at Cairn Gymnastics Centre, which, if they weren't resolved by the community asset transfer proposals, could be up to £500,000. And indeed, I think over the next couple of years, it could be £171,000 that the council could potentially be exposed either in whole or in part liability for.
Okay. My question on Cairn Gymnastics Centre specifically, because obviously you're saying we don't yet have a formal EOI, if I understand you correctly, but it's potential. Would it have been more likely that a community asset transfer was possible and successful had the council not made a decision less than 5 years ago to take all other sporting provision out of that centre and turn it into a gymnastics centre, because that's what we were told at the time as decision makers was the best way to safeguard gymnastics provision across this district?
Convener, there has been a lot of changes in the world in the past 5 years, and previous aspirations around sport programmes, whether it's gymnastics or indeed others, there has been a change. However, as we have seen from the SPR and the success of the SPR, the majority of proposals for asset transfer have come from what I would term as general community halls with flexible accommodation, and therefore having something as specialist as a gymnastics centre does represent a much more niche offering to get a successful asset transfer. However, as we've seen with Pullman Ski Slope, that it is possible, and it has been demonstrated that they've made certainly are starting to make a success of their operations there. So it's not to say it's impossible, but it can be more challenging.
Okay, great for that answer. I suppose I'm sure officers are aware of the history of this building, and I suppose I think it is acknowledged there and it's in the papers that yes, it does make it more difficult. Would you acknowledge that the pain and difficulty which we had as elected members in agreeing to that proposal in the first place is an investment that we have already put into that centre, notwithstanding what you've said about the potential capital expenditure might have to happen, but that is a significant factor in the community understanding what we're being asked here, because ultimately things may have changed, but we have only really just decided to take everything out of there and make it gymnastics. So now to reverse that, it does seem, can you acknowledge the difficulty that situation presents, given that that's what we as a council decided to turn it into against local opposition?
Convener, yeah, I mean, there is always this historic legacy that can occur, particularly when you have different organisations promoting and doing different investments propositions, and then as time moves on, those maybe become less recognisable. Do understand there has been a substantial investment in there. However, our priority is about the services we deliver now and getting those as much as possible into a position where the council can go forward, delivering on its savings that are required for us to get a balanced budget, and also continuing to provide as good a quality services as we can. So it shouldn't really be about the building and the investments that's been made in the past. It should really be about looking forward and how we see that model. But there is a recognition that clearly in the community's eyes that there has been that significant investment, and why has it not worked? But I couldn't answer as to the previous business cases that were done on that.
Okay,
thank you, Mr. Kettering.
My final question on that then is, it's maybe for, I don't know if it's for Mr. McGuinness or not, or whoever wants to come in on it. Given at the time there was significant investment, and the reason that we were given at the time was because gymnastics is a very specialised area and it required particular capital investment in order to properly provide. What confidence can there be that all of those very specialist gymnastics activities can be accommodated in the fit out of Camelin and Larbert High, and what loss would that represent in terms of other provision at those centres, and any indications of the other implications for families who may need to travel, etc., to that area?
Mr. Kettering.
Thank you, Convener. From colleagues in Sport and Leisure Services, they're confident that everything that they currently provide, Karen Gymnastics, can be provided through the combination of both the works that will be undertaken in the Mariner Centre and indeed at Larbert. What they've also highlighted is that they'll be able to increase the ASN provision and specialist classes supported with them. So we could actually see an increase, or in terms of the scope of classes that we can provide.
Thank you, Mr. Kettering.
Okay, I don't know if others are intending to ask this, but are there any other updates on any other properties that are from the report, such as Slamanan Community Education Centre, or others that might be different from when it was published?
Convener, not aware of any further changes that have occurred.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. At 9.19 of the report, it was saying there's a risk that the £3 million enabling fund to support community asset transfer is not enough funding for community groups. Do we know how much of that funding has been allocated yet, and how much is still available for future asset transfers? And are you confident what will be enough, or could we potentially be maybe getting asked for more in the future?
Convener, across all the SBR properties where we have had been to committee and been approved, there's approximately £880,000 worth that has been identified for investment into our communities. There is, as we highlight in the report, a risk because of the success of the SPR and the number of communities that have come forward and the huge amounts of money that they're intending to raise through using our funding as match funding. There is a potential risk that as we get further down the line that there could be pressure on that, but we would alert elected members to that if we get to that position. At present, it's going to be close. But we are seeing some really exciting proposals coming from our communities with some fairly ambitious investment proposals, and it will come down as to how much they can secure in terms of match funding as to where that balance will land. But again, it would be naive of me to say that we won't be over, but also I wouldn't want to commit to saying that we would be substantially under either.
Just to confirm on that, so the 880,000, is that ones that have been to the executive and have already been agreed? Yeah, thanks. I think that's helpful to know. Another question was obviously some of the buildings unfortunately haven't been asset transferred and they're now closed. Just for the kind of community's reassurance, what will the next steps with these buildings be? Will we be looking to market these coming shortly, or find other uses for them?
Convener, so unfortunately there has been a few buildings that have closed, Bowhouse probably being the largest one. All properties that close through the SPR are declared surplus. They're then surplus to requirements to go through the surplus property procedure. However, we continue to engage with communities on these buildings. And if we take, for instance, Bowhouse or indeed Newlands and Bean Cross, Newlands and Bean Cross closed and has now been opened again through community management. So we delay those surplus procedures going to marketing for as long as we possibly can to enable the communities to take them on. For those that closed as part of phase 2, we've said that we won't market them for lease or for sale until the 31st of March, which again ties in with that annular nature of our programme. If we still don't have expressions of interest and CAT applications in by then they will go through the surplus property procedure in relation to that second part, which is they'll be available for lease and for sale. But again, I would reiterate, until they actually leave the ownership of the council, they're still available for community asset transfer.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. I'm going to apologise in advance. This has been a very long session, and I don't know about anybody else, but I find it quite difficult to give 100% of attention to 100% of the things people are saying for such a long time. So if I have missed something that's been said, you have my apologies. I want to go back to the Grangemouth Stadium first, and just a little clarity, because your report says in the absence of an agreement, the property will close from the 1st of April 2025. And you've said that there has been some movement on that. Has there been an agreement sufficient to stop that from closure on 1st of April?
The short answer, Convener, is no, we do not have a finalised agreement yet, so the risk is still there. But what I would say is it's a ever-decreasing risk, and we're pretty confident we can get an agreement for a transition to a new management model to preserve the programme over the summer.
Thank you for that. And one other question. In relation to Karen Gymnastics, I don't know as much as the local members do about the facility. If 86% of the groups move with their equipment, does that mean that the remaining groups have a lack of equipment that makes it impossible for them to continue, and in what ways would that impact on the potential for a community asset transfer?
Convener, obviously it's a fluid situation at Karen Gymnastics. Our intention is always with the community asset transfers is it's the buildings, it's not necessarily the equipment that's in them. However, we have, in relation to things like the ski centre, where we have no need for skis, transfer them as part of the assets, and elected members will be aware of that from the reports that were presented. We will have that dialogue if elected members decide that we progress as outlined in the report as to which equipment goes with us and which equipment is essential to be left. It may actually be cheaper for us to leave the equipment and buy new equipment for Larbert and for the Mariner Centre, if that was a case. But if we were to remove everything, then clearly that could potentially be a challenge to any community asset transfer. But again, there is funding that is available that may be able to support them, whether that's through revenue support or indeed other capital funding that could be made available.
Thank you. And one final question. There's reference in the report to £45,000 that it would cost to enable the construction works at Mariner. Is there any cost at Larbert?
It's minor alterations, and I'm just looking at the figures at the moment. It's between £10,000 and £12,000 within that overall budget of £45,000.
That's not in addition to the 45.
Our current estimate says is that it will be £45,000 all in for both. And I should probably correct that. Our original costings were £45,000 just for the Mariner, but I've actually just had new costs in front of me, and I think we're at £47,000 in total for everything at the moment. And given that there is some works that are revenue funded at Larbert, the capital cost will be £45,000.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. It's Councillor Flynn, then it's Councillor Nimmo.
Thank you, Convener. I would like to focus on Stennismuir Gym. As a local member in the area, I'm very, very keen for the gym to remain open. It's an excellent facility and it's excellent for obviously a lot of people in the area. What I'm not so keen on and not happy about, and I won't mention any numbers, is the high costs currently of the lease for this property. And I'm disappointed to see that a new 5-year lease is on the horizon. I just would like to know, I know there's been a lot of proposals or suggestions from Larbert High School. Mr. Reid, when he was there, was one of the key people pushing this forward to move the facility to Larbert High School, which would make a lot of sense. It would reduce the costs of the paying for the space considerably. And I know Malcolm touched on it earlier about very few properties, if any, make any profit, but it'd be good to try and move to a cost neutral, maybe even a slight property. I'd like to know, has there been any positive discussion on moving to Larbert High School? They've got the space, they've got the opportunity there, and finishing up the lease at Stennismuir Gym when it comes to an end later on this year.
Mr. Kirkpatrick.
Convener, the short answer to Councillor Flynn's question is yes, there has been consideration given to Larbert High. As we know, it's tied to the PPP concession, which ends in August. Our lease for the Stenhousemuir gym ends before then. Colleagues for Sport and Leisure are confident they can get it to a revenue neutral position. However, as we've outlined in the report, the lease agreement has a break at year 3. By that time, we will be fairly advanced with the new Karen school, the new Karen Grange school, hopefully down in Grangemouth, and they're currently based in Larbert High. That may present us an opportunity in 3 or 4 years' time where we may reconsider our position in relation to Stenhousemuir Gym, hence why that 3-year break, and it is only a 5-year lease that we have entered into there to keep that option open should it not become financially sustainable, or indeed there is a more advantageous offer. And as we're doing at Bowness and as we're proposing at the Braes, we may then look at Larbert High School then.
Is there not an opportunity to have a rolling 1-year lease? Because I know, well, I don't know them, but the landlords, or what we want to call them, of the Stennismuir Gym, you know, would be keen to take any business that's coming their way. And how positive are the future prospects? I see Mr. Reid is there with regard to a possible move to Larbert. Although there's Larbert High School, I know there's a lot of discussion, but it seems to make sense to me.
Convener, the landlord was not willing to offer us any other terms other than those that have been put in front of us, and whilst colleagues negotiated to make that provision for the break, and have negotiated what I would say is a decent rent on the facility for that extension, the option of a 1-year rolling lease was not being provided to us.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick.
And with the lease then negotiated, is it a beneficial agreement as opposed to the current one? Not in terms of the time, but cost.
The terms are broadly similar as to what we currently have. Convener.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Convener. Paul, just going back to the Grangemouth Stadium, you mentioned the £3 million enabling fund at the start of your presentation. Now, I believe that there's money attached to the future lease to Scottish Athletics. Can you maybe just confirm what sort of money we're talking about? I believe it's around about £100,000 in total, but can you just confirm that?
So as we've outlined in the report, we've proposed a £50,000 revenue enabling support to reflect maintenance obligations, and a £50,000 capital to support essential repairs should they result in the immediate closure of the facility. However, the proposition that has come back from Scottish Athletics and the Trust is for substantially more than that. And again, we will outline those figures because they are subject to negotiation and evaluation based on their condition survey, and we would report those as part of the community benefit licence in March. However, members can be assured that the settlement will be managed within existing SPR or service budgets.
Okay, just a follow-on for that as well, Paul. At the end of the 12-month lease, if it's granted and it goes ahead, Scottish Athletics are obviously looking to take forward the CAT. At the end of that, is there going to be any further financial cost to the council at that point?
Convener, as with all the SPR properties, there will be the ability for them to seek additional funding. And members may be aware that there is likely to be proposals coming forward from them. As we've always said, there is likely to be something required in terms of that future operating model, and we would consider that as part of their CAT application at that time.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Thanks, Convener.
Malcolm.
Thank you, Convener. I just wanted to come in to say that in the coming days you'll be sent the budget pack by Amanda, and that will include a document about proposed use of service concession allocations. And within that, officers are recommending that £1 million of the service concessions is allocated to Grangemouth Stadium for use in years 2, 3 and 4. So assuming the license to operate goes through, that they do a good job in that first year and want to continue, then our view would be that in February, March 2026, the council would be in a position, if it's secured its financial security, to be able to release funding from the service concessions to support the community group to undertake works, but also match funding for external funding. And I think, you know, that £1 million in the conversations that we've had with Scottish Athletics would be something that they're, you know, really positive about. So again, it's all linked to the council's financial sustainability, but hopefully that helps give you a sense of the wider context.
Thanks for that, Malcolm.
Colleagues, there's been a very lengthy session on questions. We'll have a 15-minute recess to discuss amendments and any changes to amendments, and we'll come back. Taking into consideration, we've still got a debate to have, so 15 minutes. But before we stop, Mr. Moody would like to.
Yes, thank you, Convener. It was just to confirm that Councillor Bundy has advised that he has revised his amendment by removing the first section in relation to Karen Gymnastics, but it still retains the section in relation to the Kinneil Museum. Mr. Miller will circulate a revised version of that just so that members are aware in advance of going into the recess.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. That's the longest 15 minutes I've ever had. Can I just ask, before we proceed any further, when somebody is speaking, if you can just draw the microphone towards you a bit more? I know it's not the most comfortable thing with that in front of you, but there were some members who were struggling to hear other members, so if we can just bring it forward so people can get all the information from everybody. Mr. Moody, can you just give us an update on what's just transpired at the recess?
Thank you, Convener. I'll do my best with that. And I think you'll have seen that has been just circulated to you a document headed Further Adjusted Motion proposed by Councillor Meikle-John. So this is effectively a new version of the administration motion in relation to the SPR report. The change in that is found towards the bottom of the first page, and it's the addition of the wording agrees that no final decision is made in terms of the relocation of council gymnastic classes away from the centre until June 2025 meeting of council, and council acknowledges that this will delay decisions regarding the removal of gymnastics equipment and additional spending to adapt other venues. And this, I understand, is it's a very abbreviated version of the propositions in Councillor Murtaugh's amendment, and on the basis of the administration adopting this wording, Councillor Murtaugh will no longer insist on her amendment. I believe it may also be the case that the administration will also adopt the wording of the Labour amendment in relation to Kinneil, and in that circumstance it will no longer be necessary for that amendment to be moved. That would leave the council with two propositions before it. It's this adjusted motion from the administration, against which there is the amendment from Councillor Bundy, which removes the Kinneil Museum from the SPR altogether. So I hope that is a reasonable summary of the position which has emerged from the discussions, and it certainly focuses the issue before the council. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. I'm sure that's it's shone a bit more light on what's been proposed. I'll just go to Councillor Meikle-John for to forward the motion. Is it yourself?
Yes, it is indeed. I appreciate we have had a long afternoon and a lot of discussion, so I will try and keep my comments brief. However, I think we need to acknowledge the wider work of the SPR in particular. And this review, we need to acknowledge, is delivering a significant transformation to Falkirk Council by prioritising investment in our core estate and considering our future requirements for properties, supporting the service modernisation and new delivery models. And I would just want to thank Paul Kettrick, Charlotte, and all the staff involved in that, because there's been a huge amount of work and just the whole team, including those that have been doing the community engagement, and the fact that that will continue on, because it's been a massive project, and we really are very grateful to the work that's been done. As part of the SPR approach, it's proactively supporting new opportunities for community asset transfers and those alternative delivery models and improved financial performance. We've seen some examples of that over the last year. Working with communities to empower them and secure the future of the properties and enabling substantial investment in assets they seek to secure in the ownership of their management is something that we welcome, because they're delivering the services for the people, by the people. Significant progress has been made in relation to the CATs, and it's extremely positive that we see 27 properties in phase 2 are being progressed to a community asset transfer. And at the time of the report, 4 applications have been approved by the executive, rising up to 7 following last week, and there's still more to come in March. These are spread across the district, including Limerig, Village Hall, The Grange, Ettrick Dockett and Hall Glen, Brighton's Community Centre, Bensford Community Centre and Polmont Ski Slope. And we'll remember just how passionate the ski slope lobbying group were, and it's fantastic to see that that's now moved on and they've secured investment of over £200,000, and that's been a really positive outcome. Number of care drivers for the success that the council's provided extensive support alongside CVS and moving groups into SOCOs and into their charities. And there's 3 million of enabling funds to date, and as we heard earlier, 875,000 have been invested in those communities and buildings, with more to happen as the rest come forward. Property has been handed over in wind and watertight, the statutory compliance, and there's been some revenue support in form of the community empowerment grant to pay legal fees and other fees, and also grant to link to the full repair and insure licences. And what has also been included is the ongoing support from CVS and the community officers as we move forward, which I think is going to be really important and be able to sustain these management committees and trusts going forward, as we want to see them succeed. All these elements mean our communities have been resourced to embrace the potential for community ownership. It's not been easy, and I don't think that any of the groups will say that it's been an easy process, but it has been a very fulfilling process, and I hope that we're able to continue to see that happen. By reducing the number of properties that the council operates, it also reduces the number of buildings that are in poor condition and the backlog maintenance for capital investment that was required. And a report in January indicated that around 29 million and substantially more given the council's financial challenges. Pleasing to see that not only in securing the future of many of our community properties, the programme is delivering financial savings for the council with the budget deficit, and the SPR is projected to have saved a recurring cost of 3.3 million from 28-29 onwards. Report outlines key projects that continue to emerge through the SPR, one being around the Dawson campus, which is proposed to accommodate the inclusion and wellbeing service relocation, and I understand there's good progress being made around that, and indeed what's been referred to earlier this afternoon around the Grangemouth Stadium. The recommended introduction of phase 4 of the SPR recognises that for some properties further time and consideration to enable the service modernisation proposals to mature is required, and that will link to further investment programmes and service locations and new ways of working, partnerships and opportunities, and we've had some discussion about that earlier today in relation to Kinneil. It is, however, recognised that some properties will close through the SPR and support will be offered to those who need to relocate in the absence of no community asset transfer or alternative delivery model or improved financial performance. Phase 3 will commence on the 1st of April, and anticipated that the pace of the SPR will continue, and I understand that we are already in receipt of 2 CAT applications for Phase 3 properties well in advance of the deadlines, which is very positive. I want to thank officers again for their efforts in the SPR and keeping members up to date throughout the year, and indeed our communities in what was an ever-changing programme. Strategic property review is making good progress in rationalising the properties, and the council is operating from what are ageing poor buildings, underutilised, expensive to run, not energy efficient. This is delivering financial savings to assist the council's budget position. The programme is also supporting communities who want to take on the management and ownership of properties they value, and it's also encouraging new ways of working for services from less properties, and indeed starting to deliver services within the community. And referring to the 2 key properties that we've spoken about today, being the Cairn Gymnastics, I'm not going to read out the amendment. We've all got copies of it. I think we've got a pragmatic way forward there, recognising that we do have an expression of interest in that requires to be given the time to develop. It would be remiss of us not to do that, and that's why we've looked at how we can facilitate that. Similarly, we've accepted the Labour group's wording around Kinneil Museum and giving some time to that, and would hope that members will see that there's still the opportunity, should we come back in phase 4 and want to then remove that from the SPR, there's an opportunity to do that. But at this stage, I think until the discussions with HES, etc., and the community take place, recognising that has not been fully developed in the past, and Mr. Berry said quite clearly that he put his hands up and say, yes, we could have done better. I think it's the right way to go, and it is in keeping with the treatment of all the other properties, and enable us to have the evidence that if it should be removed entirely from the SPR, it could be done at a later date. So I therefore move the motion. Provost, sorry. You get your one day.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Garner?
Yeah, happy second.
Thank you. Councillor Bundy? Amendment?
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. And whilst it was encouraging to hear that with the amendment to the proposed motion being accepted from Labour, that the Kinneil Museum could be taken out of the SPR at a later date, my group is still of the opinion that it would be better to take Kinneil Museum out of the SPR just now, and that's why we will continue to put forward our proposed amendment. The reason why I'm a Scottish Conservative is because I want to conserve what I love about Scotland, and one of those things that I love is Scotland's history. It is what makes us unique, and there is so much history at Kinneil and Kinneil House, with Mary Queen of Scots, James Watt, and the Duke of Hamilton helping the Jacobite cause, and that's just a very brief summary. And I believe we should be celebrating that history and doing what we can to promote that history as much as we can. And therefore, I was quite disappointed to hear during the discussions earlier that promoting this history at Kinneil was not a priority of the Council. And I think that should be reversed, and it should become a priority alongside the rest of our history at Callendar House, the Battle of the Falkirks, etc. I also disagree with the approach on this context, and the very specific context of Kinneil Museum, regarding the threat of closure being a motivator for groups to take over. I think actually Historic Environment Scotland want commitment to be given about the preservation and promotion of our history rather than the threat of closure. And I believe that in this case, it is a carrot and stick approach, which the stick would actually be ineffective for the carrot. We need to show our commitment to preserving the history of Kinneil Museum, promoting the history of Kinneil Museum, and then that will engage the interest of Historic Environment Scotland. I don't think the threat of closure is the right approach with them. And that is the ultimate motivation behind this amendment. It is to show that commitment to engage Historic Environment Scotland or Museum Gallery Scotland or any other body, because I don't think the threat of closure is the right tactics for this specific case. And when it comes to Kinneil Museum specifically, it's not just the history of the house that it promotes, it's the history of Bo'ness. You go in and you see the history of the mining history, you see the history of the Bo'ness Fair. That is things to celebrate. The role that Bo'ness has played, Bo'ness's own unique culture. Let's be fully behind that. Let's give it the support. Let's take it out the SPR and give the people of Bo'ness something to celebrate their history. Thank you, Bailey Kerr.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. You got a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Colleagues, we've had a lengthy session with questions. I'll open up for debate if anybody wants to debate. but I'm sure that a lot of the questions, a lot of everything's been asked previously, but I'll open up for debate if people wish. Councillor Spears.
Okay. I held back. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bundy, for a wonderful description of what we should all be about. I've always seen Bo'ness as being a Grangemouth councillor as our sister town on the Forth, and hopefully we've supported each other through many different things. But it's vitally important that we support Bo'ness through this and Kinneil Estate through this. And my question is it right, Mr McGuinness, that you said we only spend 15,000 on marketing for tourism with Falkirk
Councillor Spears, we've already had the bit in the questions before.
I'll then change the question to, should the SPR savings, should more of that savings money go towards tourism, and especially
Councillor Spears,
at
there's still
Kinneil
a
Estate?
question. We've passed the question stage. I'm sorry, but we've passed the question stage. This is the debate.
That was the pre-questions. This is post. This is about an agenda item. And if we could use SPR money, that would help to get this through agenda item through and maintain the heritage site and museum at Kinneil.
I did allow a long period of time for questions on all the SPR previous to this. To be fair, I did state there'd be questions before and after, but the flow was going for the amount of questions, so I was under the understanding that that would be the questions finished. Is that an understanding?
Certainly wasn't my understanding, and I'm sure you said that when we come back we could also question the motions that were coming forward, and that's what I'm asking, clarification on one of these motions.
For the reason that I said, I would allow questions come back. I'll allow the question then. I should have stated after I made that statement, that's all the questions, but I didn't. So I take on board what you're saying, Councillor Spears. Mr McGuinness, have you got, or Mr Kettrick? If you could probably repeat the question for us, please, Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you, Acting Provost. Mr McGuinness stated that the budget for marketing for tourism was 15,000 per annum. Will any money that's made from the savings for the strategic property review, will some of that money be geared towards Kinneil and other tourism aspects of our district?
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Mr Bailey.
Through you, Convener. No, it would not.
I'm sure you can expand on that.
I like quick questions and quick answers. Is there any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. I don't have a question because I understood we'd finished with questions. I just wanted to say a big thank you to all the staff, particularly to Paul and Charlotte, for the hard work that they have done on the SPR. They have gone above and beyond in order to try and make some of this successful. I want to thank the administration for adopting our amendment in relation to Kinneil. I know that the Friends of Kinneil would prefer if this council went with Councillor Bundy's amendment, but I think that there is still the opportunity a year on, if there has been some progress made for us to come back and look at it again. I want to thank the Friends of Kinneil for their very impassioned presentation and for answering all our questions, because they were very helpful in terms of helping us to come forward with our position that we're doing. So I absolutely accept some of the things Councillor Bundy is saying in terms of Bowness and the importance of the history. And I think I can speak for all of my group in saying we do want that to be protected. We do want to see the Kinneil Museum go from strength to strength, and we will be working with any groups that are interested to try and ensure that happens, and to get a master plan that satisfies all the people of the Bowness area, including the Friends of Kinneil.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you. Very quickly on my own ward, I'm quite happy with what's happening with Cairn Gymnastics. I think it gives them a fair chance, and hopefully we'll see a good outcome with that. I'd like to thank Mr. Kettrick for his work on Stenhousemuir Gym. I know I've pestered you for about 2 years on it, and I know it's been in and out, and there's been all sorts of turns on it, but well done, and the work that you've done to get that so that it hopefully will break even or even make a profit, which would be absolutely excellent. That's my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. Anybody else for the debate? Councillor McCabe.
It's not to enter into the debate as such, Bailey Kerr, but thank you. I'd just like to indicate I am happy to support the proposed motion or the amended motion, and I just want to acknowledge a couple of people. First of all, the deputation from Friends of Kinneil. It was very informative having them here, and I'd also like to thank my colleague Councillor Bundy. I thought it was an excellent presentation. I won't support his amendment at this time, but would say that potentially a year down the line, if the situation has not changed in any way, I'll more than happily jump onto the back of his amendment. But for the moment, I'm more than happy to support the amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Murtagh.
Can you hear me, convener?
Yes,
sorry,
can hear
I'm
you.
having some connection issues, so I'm keeping my camera off. Thank you. So I'm grateful to the administration and to the Labour group for our mutual discussions. And I think that we've come to a pragmatic solution, and I'm happy to not press my amendment on that basis. However, I would just like to give some reasoning as to why I think it is, why I had taken the approach that I had taken in my amendment, and that we as passionate as I am, and as a historian myself, and somebody who feels passionately about the history of our area, and I agree with what Councillor Bundy was saying, we also have some many incredibly important community facilities across our district. And we've had to make some very hard choices through the SPR about those which really help our constituents deal with issues of poverty, which support many of our outcomes in our Falkirk plan. And I think that there has to be a fairness, as much as I completely agree in the importance of Kinneil as a property and as a place of historic importance for our nation, not just Bowness and the general locality in Falkirk, that we must also be cognizant of that and understand the priorities. So I initially did feel the better compromise, and I still do, would have been to make this decision in June, because we cannot commit revenue consequences lightly. We just can't, and this motion will do that. But I think that finding compromise with colleagues is part of why we're here. And on that basis, I'm happy to make that compromise, but I still believe that it's important to acknowledge that this will have revenue consequences. We've made other decisions in the SPR, and we have to be consistent in how we do these things. So I'd like to also thank Friends of Kinneil for all their hard work in putting forward their case. It was really good to hear. But I think, you know, this is the pragmatic way forward that finds compromise for all. So thanks very much, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. Anybody else for debate? Got the leader, the council, for sum up if she wishes.
I think we have spoken ourselves out this afternoon, so I'm happy to leave it at that, Convener.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the vote. Mr Moody.
Thank you, Convener. And the motion is moved by Councillor Meiklejohn, seconded by Councillor Garner. That has been circulated, against which there is the amendment by Councillor Bundy, seconded by Councillor Patrick. Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Aitken.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Motion.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Bailey Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patterson.
The motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
I believe Councillor Redmond has had to leave.
Yes, he had a class he had to go to.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair. And Councillor Spears. Convener, 19 votes for the motion, 6 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Thank you, colleagues. That's the end of today's full council meeting. And there has been a suggestion that we carry forward to another special meeting. The special meeting planned for today is, can I get people's views?
Agreed.
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 I think it's been a long day, and I think that the subject matter of a special meeting deserves to have fresh minds and not to be rushed. And I think people have probably had enough for today.
I totally agree. It's a very important matter. That's very important to the 30 elected councillors in here. Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, I entirely agree, and I'm sure you're going to get many votes of thanks, Chair, for the way you've chaired this committee today under challenging circumstances, and I think you've done remarkably well, as I'm sure we all expected, but nonetheless wish to express my thanks. And just because I'm raised issues of diversity, and I know we're all thingied out today, but I'm going to be cheeky and say we have an event on Sunday which many of us are going to and be part of, and Councillor Patterson has been organising, and I'm sure we all take the full support of Council into that event to promote equality and diversity in our membership. So I just going to plug it. Thanks, Chair.
Bye, everyone.
And just before everybody goes away, before you go, I think it's very important that a special day